Chapter 953. He did not care about the life or death of others. He was so scared that he wished he had been born with 2 more legs. He ran faster than a rabbit. Bai Lingling's expression changed slightly, a sense of disgust rising in her heart. The trace of emotion she had for Ouyang Yi just now was gone. She said in a low voice, "Run quickly, don't let him catch up." Luo Tian was not in a hurry. "Run quickly. Run to the place I said just now. Don't wander around, otherwise we will all die here. Trust me." He was very worried. If Bai Lingling and the others all ran around, then they really would all die inside. Seeing that Ouyang Yi had already run out of sight, Luo Tian did not feel surprised, but the remaining 4 people absolutely could not run out, otherwise his plan would not be able to be realized. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian's cultivation was not high. Among the 5 of them, Luo Tian's cultivation was the lowest and Ouyang Yi the highest. Next were Bai Lingling, Bai Xiong, and Zhao Hai. Listen to a person whose cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the 4 symbols, and a person who sold his life for money, who was completely untrustworthy. At this time, Bai Lingling had a trace of hesitation in her heart. If they ran, they might run out of the ancient cave to survive. If they listened to Luo Tian, they might all die inside. At this moment, the mocking faces of the family elders appeared in her mind. Bai Xiong looked at her and said, "What do we do? Run or not run?" Zhao Hai was already so scared that his legs were weak. Bai Lingling's eyebrows twitched. She shouted, "Run into the left corridor, quick!" At the last second, she chose to believe in Luo Tian. It wasn't because she trusted Luo Tian, but because she wasn't willing to admit defeat like this. She wasn't willing to leave the ancient cave like this. If she left this time, they might not be able to come back in their lifetime. Then her father, then those elders of the clan. White Bear had no other thoughts. He followed Bai Ling and quickly ran into the corridor on the left. Zhao Hai's face paled as he said, "That's a dead end. If you want to die, then go die. I won't die with you." After that, he changed direction and ran towards the exit. Luo Tian looked anxious and shouted, "Come back, come back!" Zhao Hai sneered, "You want me to be buried with you? Stop dreaming. If you want to die, then go ahead and die." After that, his figure disappeared into the darkness. However, Luo Tian didn't tell him, nor did he tell Ouyang Yi that the underground cave was a winding corridor. The zombies were divided into 2 groups. One group rushed towards him, while the other came from the other side. Before they could run to the entrance of the cave, they would probably be swallowed by the zombies. Bang, bang! Luo Tian quickened his pace. She hurriedly ran into the corridor, looking at the group of zombies that was less than 10 meters away from him. Then she saw Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong, who were already scared silly. "Dead, dead, this time we're really going to die." "Father, I'm sorry, I'm useless, Ling. Is useless, I'm sorry." Bai Xiong also stood there stupidly motionless. They couldn't even deal with 3 zombies. All of a sudden, there was a group of at least 50 to 60 zombies. In less than half a second, their bodies would be torn into countless pieces and then eaten by the zombies. "Hey!" Suddenly, Luo Tian grabbed Bai Lingling's collar and directly pushed her against the damp cave wall. 2 eyes to 2 eyes, mouth to mouth. The distance between the 2 was less than 2 centimeters. Luo Tian said gloomily, "Do you want to live? Do you want to save your father?" Bai Lingling was suddenly awakened by Luo Tian's sudden appearance. Her eyes flashed with a bright light. Looking at Luo Tian, she numbly nodded and said, "Yes, yes." Luo Tian shouted, "If you want to, then listen to me." "And you, big guy." Luo Tian kicked Bai Xiong's butt and said, "You too listen to me. I have a way to take you to live. I have a way to kill all these zombies. Now listen to me." Facing a group of zombies, they had already lost their judgment. They were all flowers that grew up in a greenhouse. In the face of such a dangerous situation, their brains had short-circuited, and they simply couldn't react. Coupled with the departure of Ouyang Yi and Zhao Hai, their hearts were even more chaotic. If at this time a backbone didn't appear, then even if they had godlike power, they would still die here. Bai Xiong turned to look at Luo Tian. Bai Lingling also looked at Luo Tian. At this time, their hearts shook at the same time. They somewhat couldn't understand Luo Tian. Was this still the kind of person who hunted demonic beasts? He was a completely different person. Luo Tian didn't have time to explain anything to them. He immediately said, "Big guy, you really are. You stand here and don't attack. Just use your body to block. You don't have to worry about anything else." As he spoke, he pointed to the narrowest part of the corridor. Luo Tian had observed this terrain from the beginning. It was very suitable for blocking monsters. Moreover, the rocks on both sides were extremely solid. No matter how strong the zombies were, they wouldn't be able to break through. As long as Bai Xiong blocked them, not a single zombie could enter, unless they could fly. Bai Xiong immediately took a step forward. Luo Tian rushed out a step before him. Standing in front of him, he then looked at Bai Lingling and said, "Your task doesn't change. Just like before, just focus on attacking from behind the big guy." Bai Lingling asked, "What about you?" Luo Tian looked at the group of zombies that were rushing up. They were blocked at the entrance of the corridor, and only 3 zombies could enter at the same time. He laughed and said, "Me? Of course I'm going to CK them over." As he spoke, one of the zombies had already pounced forward. It was dark green in color and had a sticky venom. As long as it scratched the skin, it would definitely be poisoned in an instant. Luo Tian's body moved, and a flame shot out from his palm. Divine fire! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A ray of divine fire blasted out, causing the zombie's body to retreat half a step. It did not cause an instant kill. Luo Tian was already used to this. His body moved, and in the middle of the zombie's 2 hands, he suddenly leaned against its chest and then rushed forward, directly pushing it against the bodies of the zombies. His fists were like hammers, fiercely smashing down. Boom, boom. 2 punches landed. A bright red number floated above the zombie's head. Thinking that they were being squeezed, a bright red number floated above the heads of the large wave of zombies behind them. However, they were all -1's negligible damage. Mountain River Fist. Bang, bang. It landed heavily on the zombie's chest, breaking all the ribs on its chest. After the zombie fell back, Luo Tian once again advanced. His hands formed claws, and he used the momentum to leap back, bringing the zombie away from the horde of zombies. Then he began to beat the zombie viciously, and at the same time he continuously attacked the zombie's fatal weakness. Bam! 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 Mother of **her. The entire body's defense is the same? Luo Tian's face darkened, seeing the other 3 zombies rushing forward. He couldn't care less and kicked between the zombies' legs. Bam! 301 fatal blow. Ding! Chapter 3 Delivery. There were still 2 chapters left today, and the old cow was still working hard to write. Chapter 954. Damn! Attacking the lower body actually causes a fatal blow? The kick just now was like a critical hit in a game. Luo Tian's attack damage was only a little over 100 points, but the kick just now directly caused more than 300 points of damage and instantly killed the zombie. Ha ha ha! I'm not afraid now that I found the weakness. Luo Tian continuously flipped backwards and stood beside Bai Xiong. At this moment, Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling were already dumbfounded. A zombie was killed just like that? Was this the strength of the 3rd rank of the 4 symbols? Why did it seem like he was stronger than himself? How is this possible? With the link of my own cultivation technique, I killed it in an instant. Bai Lingling looked at the serious Luo Tian and could not understand the man in front of her. Was the 3rd rank of the 4 symbols that strong? This was the question that arose in her heart. At the same time, It was also the question in Bai Xiong's heart. Looking at Luo Tian's series of smooth movements, he was completely convinced. Luo Tian said, "The lower body of the zombie is their fatal weakness. Attack the lower body as much as possible." Finished. Luo Tian rushed forward again. Bai Xiong nodded his head in a daze, turned his head to Bai Lingling and said, "Sis, he said that the lower body of the zombie is their weakness. We just have to attack the lower body with all our might. Air." Saying this, Bai Xiong was shocked again. How did he know? No wonder he beat up the zombie's entire body. So he was looking for the zombie's weakness? So strong. Too strong. Why didn't such a strong person join a sect? Bai Xiong muttered to himself, watching Luo Tian rush towards the three zombies, his heart filled with even more admiration. At the beginning of his mission, Luo Tian was just a greedy warrior. He did not look at Luo Tian much. He did not stop Luo Tian's prank. After all, he knew that his sister didn't like the arrogant and self-righteous Ouyangyi. It was good to let Luo Tian teach him a lesson. At that time, he only thought that Luo Tian was a little clever. Now, his image of Luo Tian in his heart was completely overturned. Not only him, but also Bai Lingling. What an enigmatic man! Bai Lingling was a little infatuated. One zombie was easy to deal with, but 3 zombies were hard to deal with. Luo Tian retreated step by step, trying to find an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. However, those zombies protected Luo Tian very well, not giving him any chance at all. Luo Tian was about to get close to Bai Xiong. At this moment, Luo Tian fiercely shouted, "Beauty, why are you in a daze? Attack! Sister, come out and help me." Bai Xiong reminded. Bai Lingling woke up with a start. She pulled out her long sword. Her body turned illusory and suddenly flew up. The sword in her hand moved, and a tiger-like sword chi shot out, directly hitting a zombie. That zombie's body sank and it quickly retreated. Luo Tian's eyes were shocked. What a high damage! They didn't know, but Luo Tian could see the damage value floating above the zombie's head through the system. The damage caused by the attack just now was more than 400, which was even higher than the fatal blow he triggered just now. The difference in cultivation. This is the difference in level. Luo Tian sighed in his heart. At the same time, Luo Tian shouted, "Cooperate with my attack. Attack whichever zombie I attack. Don't worry, no zombie will hurt you." Bai Lingling immediately said, "Okay." She became serious. "This one on the left." As soon as Luo Tian finished, the treasure sword in Bai Lingling's hand moved again, releasing a sharp sword chi that rushed straight up. The zombie's body trembled. At this moment, Luo Tian's body suddenly leaned forward, and the mountain and river fist blasted out, followed by the Wolf King's claw, grabbing onto the zombie and leaping backwards, and then fiercely punched down twice, and finally a kick, broken leg. Bam! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing zombie and obtaining the system sounded out. Luo Tian was overjoyed. Our cooperation is very good. Continue to maintain it. The combined damage of the two of them was just enough to kill a zombie. This way it would be too easy. As long as there were no accidents, even if there were another 100 zombies, they would be killed by him. Bai Lingling was also overjoyed. Seeing hope, she became even more serious. Now that she looked at Luo Tian's back, she realized that Luo Tian's back was very big and could protect her tightly. Bai Xiong was the most relaxed and said naively, "Big brother, do you want me to join the battle as well? This way it'll be faster, and I can help you share some of the burden." He couldn't hold it in anymore. Looking at Luo Tian and Bai Lingling's cooperation, it was too perfect. His hands were also itching. Luo Tian immediately said, "You stay here obediently, don't move, you are just protecting her. Attack properly. If the zombie rushes in, the system will be disrupted, and it will be a waste of time." Bai Xiong scratched his head and said, "I understand, I will stay here properly." Fierce tiger sword chi. Huff, mountain and river fist. Wolf King's claw. Ding. The cooperation between the two of them became more and more tacit. Those zombies that rushed up died one by one, and Luo Tian's experience increased by leaps and bounds. If this continued, he would be able to level up in less than half a day. Listening to the system's continuous notifications, this feeling was not an ordinary kind of pleasure. Ha ha ha, we've already killed a large number of zombies and vented our anger. How satisfying! White Bear yelled. They had entered twice, and both times they had been chased out by the zombies. Shi Fang was in a sorry state, and he had been suppressing the anger in his heart. Now he could finally vent it. Big brother, how did you think of this method? It's really too easy to use. Bai Xiong asked. Luo Tian kicked a zombie away and said, this method is called blocking. Find a favorable terrain, and you can block all the monsters outside. If there are more mages, it will be even easier. What is a mage? Bai Lingling could not help but ask. Luo Tian forgot that this was another world and not a game and laughed. It's a long-range attack like you. Don't be distracted. Maintain the consumption of the origin chi in your body. Don't be too anxious. You must explode the consumption of the origin chi. This is very important. If you don't have to make a move, then try not to make a move. Luo Tian reminded her. Vitality was very important. Bai Lingling was different from Luo Tian. He could recover his energy by killing zombies. Although it wasn't a lot, as long as he didn't release his divine fire, he could maintain it. Bai Lingling, on the other hand, was different. If Luo Tian used up too much of his energy, he would have to bear the brunt of all the attacks. This would result in a lack of DPS, and the speed at which he killed zombies would become much slower. Bai Lingling's heart shook once again and said, I understand. Suddenly, Bai Xiong was shocked and said, a black shadow fell. Chapter 4 has been delivered. Chapter 7. Chapter 955. Luo Tian also saw it. His expression changed, and he could not help but say, a zombie that can fly! Holy **T. As expected. Flying zombie. A zombie whose entire body was glowing green landed in the innermost part of the corridor. Its body was emitting green mist and venom was seeping out. Moreover, a faint golden light flickered beneath his feet. Obviously, it was an elite-level monster. Luo Tian was secretly anxious and said, Big guy, go help her! Yes, sir. Bai Xiong immediately pounced forward, blocking in front of Bai Lingling, and said, This guy is not easy to deal with. Why didn't we see him before? And he can even fly. Huff, huff, huff. Despicable humans go to hell. The flying zombie's mouth moved slightly, and a series of low and deep sounds came out. Its eyes moved, and it spat out a mouthful of thick green mist, which quickly dispersed. This is bad. He actually released poison. Luo Tian looked at the green poisonous mist, and his face darkened. He did not care about anything else and said, Prepare to kill! Divine fire. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. With a move of his palm, he locked onto the flying zombie and shot out a stream of flames. At this time, there wasn't much green mist. Luo Tian's divine fire also happened to interrupt the flying zombie's poison spewing technique. Following Luo Tian's order, Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong instantly attacked. At this time, they had complete trust in Luo Tian. Without the slightest hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Very quickly, the two of them began to fight with the flying zombie. On Luo Tian's side, with the addition of the flying zombie, the zombies became excited. It was obvious that the flying zombie was their boss in this ancient cave. It was the boss, but it was not the boss. Luo Tian immediately thought that there was a second floor in this ancient cave. There should be a zombie king. Huff, huff, huff. The zombie spat out a stinking cold air and pounced towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian moved to the side, with flames in one hand and frost in the other. He directly chopped down. Immediately after, he threw a few more punches. Finally, he used the end of posterity kick to kill the zombie. However, This way, Luo Tian's yuan energy expenditure was too great. If this continued, his yuan energy would be depleted in less than half an hour. Although he still had the White Wolf King's core and the Pangolin's core's recovery ability, this expenditure was too fast. The core's recovery time was too short. I have to think of a way to kill the flying zombie first. Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. Watching Bai Lingling and the others fight, it was impossible for them to kill the flying zombie in a short period of time. What should we do? Luo Tian couldn't think of a solution for the time being. He could only kill, especially at this time. He had to be calm. There weren't many zombies left in the corridor. As long as he could kill all of them, he would be able to turn around and deal with the flying zombie. Luo Tian frowned and shouted, "Kill!" Speed increased. His strength also increased by a bit, and the power of the four symbols burst forth. Luo Tian continued to charge forward, no longer defending, but crazily killing. Slash! His clothes were torn apart. Luo Tian didn't care. A bloody scar appeared on his arm, and a green liquid emerged from the wound. His arm was already a little numb, and Luo Tian raised his head to swallow a pill. The numb state was lifted, and he once again charged forward. One zombie after another fell at his feet. They were about to clear the exit of the long corridor. There were only 6 zombies left. As long as they killed these 6 zombies, they would be able to turn around and deal with the flying zombie. At this moment, Bai Xiong was in danger. He was struck by the flying zombie's palm and crashed into the wall, his face pale. F***CK, your grandmother. Bai Xiong's face darkened, and he immediately rushed forward. Luo Tian reminded loudly, "Don't worry, I'll kill them all soon. You guys just need to stall them and fight them. Once I'm done here, I'll immediately help you guys." This was the only way. It was just that what Luo Tian did not expect was the sound of rumbling footsteps came from the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. 2 people were seen fleeing in a sorry state. Ouyingyi and Zhao Hai. When they saw Luo Tian, it was as if they had seen a life-saving straw, and they shouted loudly, "Help, help, hero! Quick, quick, come and save us! This is bad. Damn it, these 2 trash!" Luo Tian's heart sank. At this juncture, as long as they attracted so many zombies, he would be trapped in a battle to the death. I absolutely can't let the 2 of them come over. Immediately, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Take them and run around again. I'll come and save you guys later." Luo Tian was sincere. As long as they ran around with this group of zombies, he would really save them. Just that, Ouyingyi and Zhao Hai acted as if they did not hear it, and ran crazily in the direction of Luo Tian. Ouyang, you looked at the large pile of zombies around Luo Tian, as if he had caught a life-saving straw, and used all his strength to drink milk. F***King ancestor, Luo Tian cursed. At this time, if he killed his way to the exit of the promenade, he would be surrounded by the zombies attracted by Ouyangyi in an instant, and would not be able to escape. He had no choice. He immediately retreated into the depths. Now he could only hope that those zombies would not follow Ouyangyi into the promenade. Damn it. At this time, the flying zombie suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. This roar was undoubtedly calling for reinforcements. F***CK. Everything happened in time. Luo Tian's heart sank, and his killing intent rose. As long as Ouyangyi dared to run in, he would kick him out. Ouyangyi ran to the entrance of the promenade. Just as he was about to enter the promenade, he found a flying zombie with a green light all over its body and let out another roar. He immediately understood what was going on. Looking at Luo Tian, he laughed sinisterly and complacently, "Ha ha ha! You dog die in there for me, ha ha!" as he spoke. He did not run into the promenade, but waited, standing in place and waiting. He needed a bait to lure a large group of zombies into the promenade. At this time, Zhao Hai ran over while panting and said, "Young Master Yi, how do we get in? Hurry up, the zombies are coming." Ouyang Yi sneered and said, I'm waiting for you. Zhao Hai was moved in his heart and said, Thank you, young Master Yi. Zhao Hai, not waiting for him to finish. Ouyang Yi suddenly made his move and laughed sinisterly. If you want to thank me, leave it for the underworld. Ha ha ha. He broke his thigh with a single punch. Crack. How could Zhao Hai have known that Ouyang Yi would suddenly attack him? The bones in his thigh were broken, and his body immediately sank, directly lying on the ground. He looked at Ouyang Yi in shock and said, Young Master Yi. Ouyang Yi laughed excitedly. Go to hell with them. Ha ha ha. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Chapter 8 of the addendum. Still lacking 4 chapters. A new day, a new week. Brothers have monthly votes and recommendation votes to help vote. The old cow needs it very much. Please support. Chapter 956. His old fire was coming out. 2F** King, infuriating. Luo Tian cursed Ouyang Ye's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. At this time, a large wave of zombies was attracted, and Zhao's leg was injured, so he couldn't move. He could only stand at the entrance of the corridor as bait, so that Ouyang Yi could completely get rid of the zombies behind him. Ha ha ha. You dog, you want to fight with me? Today, all of you will die here. What a pity. It's a pity that I haven't gotten Bai Lingling, otherwise it would be even better. But it's okay, it's good that she's dead. No one in the House of Bai is willing to come out to look for the mysterious Yin crystal. So Bai Qi's Yang devouring poison can't be cured. Sooner or later, Lingyun City will be my Ouyang family's. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Yi laughed excitedly, very proud of himself. Luo Tian kept retreating, looking at Ouyang Yi's proud face, his eyes twisted, and said, Next time we meet, I will kill you. Haha, next time? Boy, don't dream. You won't have a next time. Ouyang Yi looked back at the swarm of zombies, laughed, and said, I won't play with you. Slowly enjoy. Ha ha ha. Finished. He ran away. The zombies were summoned by the flying zombies, plus Zhao at the entrance of the corridor. The zombies didn't chase Ouyang Yi at all, and naturally chose Zhao. Zhao looked at Luo Tian, desperately begging for help. Save me, save me, save me. Before he could finish, his head was suddenly twisted off, blood spurting out, and the zombies were even more frantically eating. Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, I can't save you, and even if I can, I won't save you. You asked for this. If you had listened to me, you wouldn't have died. He didn't sympathize with Zhao. He wouldn't sympathize with this kind of person. Even more so, he wouldn't save them. Even if he didn't die, he would still be a burden. This kind of person might even betray him at a critical moment. No matter how stupid Luo Tian was, he wouldn't save him. Seeing him being torn apart by the zombie horde, his heart sank. This is bad. Right at this moment. Woo, woo! The flying zombie roared at the sky again. The zombies that were trying to devour Zhao Hai looked up at the corridor, then immediately gave up on the torn Zhao Hai and rushed into the corridor. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong were focused on dealing with the flying zombies and did not see what had just happened. Bai Lingling's expression changed when she saw another large wave of zombies charging in. She said, What's going on? Why are there so many zombies again? Who is that? Bai Xiong looked at Zhao Hai, who was lying on the ground in a bloody mess, and said, What happened just now? Luo Tian did not answer and said, Don't ask so many questions. The flying zombie is the leader of this group of zombies. All of them are charging in. How long do you need? I can still hold on. While they were talking, Luo Tian looked at the flying zombie's HP, and his face sank. He thought, Not enough. There's not enough time. The flying zombie's HP is still more than half. With just the 2 of them, they won't be able to deal with it in a short period of time. At this moment, they were being attacked from both sides. If this continued, they would all be exhausted to death. Bai Lingling slashed out with her sword, then jumped and landed on the side, saying, Can you hold on? We still need some time to kill him, but even if we kill him, our vitality will be exhausted. We won't be able to continue fighting. Bai Xiong frowned and said, Big brother, do you have any other ideas? Ideas? In Bai Xiong's heart, Luo Tian was his backbone. At this moment, he felt that Luo Tian would definitely have a way. Bai Lingling was also looking at him. At this moment, they did not have any other ideas. They could only rely on Luo Tian. Hulk's transformation card, invisibility. Luo Tian's heart tightened, and he began to think. These two supernatural abilities could indeed solve their current predicament. Regardless of whether it was the transformation card or the invisibility, they could quickly kill the flying zombie. However, this was what Luo Tian relied on, and it was his absolute secret. Furthermore, he already knew that Hulk had appeared on the demon sect's bounty list. If this secret was discovered, he would be hunted down endlessly by the demon sect and harassed by those sections. He did not want anyone to know. At the very least, he did not want anyone alive to know. Other than these two ideas, there was another way. Luo Tian looked at Bai Lingling and said, I have an idea, but I need you to agree. Otherwise, Bai Xiong was stunned and said, Big brother, look at the situation now. If you have an idea, just say it. Why are you still nodding? Bai Lingling also said, Tell me, I'll agree. As long as you have a way, I'll agree to anything. Suddenly, she felt that she had agreed too quickly. What if he made some unreasonable requests? For example, he wanted her to marry him? Bai Lingling was stunned. Bai Lingling, what are you still thinking about at this time? She was a little annoyed. She did not know why she would think about these things at this moment of life and death. Luo Tian took out the Phoenix Tears blood bracelet from his chest and said, There is a very powerful force sealed in this bracelet, but I don't know if this force will disappear if it is released. Huh? What? Why don't I know that there is a powerful force sealed in the bracelet? Bai Lingling's expression changed. She felt that it was impossible, but looking at Luo Tian's serious face, she could not help but say, Okay, I promise you. In her heart, she said, Mother, I'm sorry. I must get the mysterious Yin crystal. I must save Father. The Phoenix Tears blood bracelet belonged to Bai Lingling. Luo Tian only knew that the power of the Phoenix, Nirvana Ninth Heaven Flame, was sealed in it. Would it disappear if it was released? He did not know, so he had to get Bai Lingling's consent. This was her mother's relic. After getting Bai Lingling's consent, Luo Tian was relieved. If Bai Lingling did not agree, he would have to use the Hulk transformation card. He could not predict what would happen then. Immediately, Luo Tian said in a deep voice, Listen to my order. If I tell you to squat down, you have to squat down no matter what. With that, Luo Tian dripped a drop of blood essence on the Phoenix Tears blood bracelet. At this moment, those zombies all rushed into the corridor. Luo Tian was also forced to the narrowest place. His back was against the wall, and he said in a deep voice, 3, 2, 1. Squat down. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong bounced away from the flying zombies, and then quickly lay down on the ground. The Phoenix Tears blood bracelet emitted a golden light. It was triggered. Luo Tian roared fiercely, Power of the Ninth Heaven Flame, burn for me! A fire phoenix rose from the bracelet and instantly turned into a long fire dragon that swept out. He came back very late. He was too tired today. Sorry, there was only one chapter. Chapter 9, 57. The fire dragon swept out. Everywhere it went, it turned into ashes. Although it was only a 10,000th of its strength, it was still extremely ferocious. Luo Tian was completely shocked. Holy sh*T. Isn't this power a little too fierce? Luo Tian's heart sank. Looking at the fire dragon's 360-degree rotation, the zombies that were swept up instantly turned into ashes and fell to the ground. Even the rotten smell in the surroundings was burned away. What a terrifying power! Although the divine artifact was sealed, it still had the power of a divine artifact. Fierce. Too fierce. At this moment, a notification sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing zombie for gaining experience. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing zombie for gaining experience. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing zombie for gaining experience. The system seemed to have exploded, so the notification sounded in an instant. The surrounding dozens of zombies were instantly killed, and the experience bar rose crazily. This feeling was indescribably wonderful. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level 4 symbol stage 4. Ha ha ha! I leveled up again. Luo Tian was overjoyed. Feeling his body, he found that his strength had increased by a bit. He could clearly feel it. Moreover, his vitality, injuries, and skill cooldown had all recovered. Leveling up was awesome. Bai Lingling's face changed drastically. Bai Xiong was lying on the ground, dumbfounded. Looking at the fire dragon flying past his eyes, as long as he touched it, he believed that he would definitely die instantly. The power contained within the flames was too strong. He had never seen such power before. What is this? Sis, what is this? There is such a powerful force in the bracelet. Why didn't we know about it? How did he know? Bai Xiong had doubts in his heart. He couldn't understand how Luo Tian knew about it. Bai Lingling was also confused. She couldn't figure it out either. Before her mother died, she only told her to take good care of it and not lose it. She didn't say that there was such a powerful force hidden within the bracelet. Just now, the power that whizzed past was too fierce. The two of them lay on the ground in a daze. Luo Tian was also slightly taken aback. The Phoenix Tears of Blood bracelet requires the blood of a phoenix to unlock its seal. Little sister Shui possesses the bloodline of a phoenix, so would her blood be able to unlock the bracelet seal? If he's so strong even without the seal, how strong would he be after the seal is removed? Then, could this bracelet be related to Shui, Erza's background? In the Broken Sky City, Luolan had said everything. She was not Li Shuer's biological mother, and Luo Tian had also triggered a quest to find Li Shuer's mother in the ancient world. Could this bracelet be one of the clues? Luo Tian looked at the Phoenix Tears of Blood bracelet that had returned to silence. He could no longer feel the power within it. It was just like a very ordinary bracelet. He looked at it through the system and found that it was slowly accumulating power, but the progress was very slow. He didn't know when it would release such a powerful fire dragon again. Suddenly, whoa, whoa, Luo Tian immediately retracted his thoughts, looked at the depths of the corridor and said, "Be careful, the flying zombie is not dead yet." It was also at this moment. Luo Tian took a step forward and quickly jumped up. Nothing dropped on the first floor of the ancient cave. This flying zombie must be the only monster that can drop something. We must kill it. Luo Tian did not pay attention to the flying zombie. Just now, when the fire dragon shot out, it leaped into the air and dodged the attack. Now that it had landed, it was incomparably savage. The dark, green poison gas from its entire body crazily sprayed out. It was extremely arrogant. Bai Xiong's face changed as he quickly rolled to the side. Bai Lingling was still thinking about the bracelet, so her reaction was a little slow. By the time she heard Luo Tian's voice, it was already too late. The flying zombie had already landed heavily beside her. Its long green nails were like cold blades as it slashed towards her face. Swish, whoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Bai Xiong suddenly shouted, "Sis, be careful!" Ah! With his hind legs on the ground, Bai Xiong pounced forward like a real grizzly bear. He wanted to protect Bai Lingling. Everything happened too quickly. Bai Lingling couldn't react at all. At this time, even if she had any defense, it would be useless. Looking at the flying zombie's hand slashing down, she immediately closed her eyes, and her eyes sank. "Father, I'm sorry, I didn't do what I promised you." Bam! Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom! With a boom, a flame exploded in front of her. Then, a black shadow jumped out, heavily sticking to him. Exerting force on his shoulders, he fiercely struck out. His fists were like thunder, directly sending the flying zombie flying. This was not all. The moment he flew out, his fists turned into claws, directly grabbing it back, and then another 2 punches heavily smashed out. Bam! Bang! 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 After a few punches, the flying zombie crashed into the wall. It was a little dazed from the beating and couldn't react in time. At this moment, while he was sick, it was a good time to take his life. Luo Tian didn't give the flying zombie any chance to react, nor did he give it a chance to fly. Once the flying zombie escaped, it would be very difficult to find it again. The moment the flying zombie hit the wall, Luo Tian's fists were like a violent storm as he frantically attacked. Bam! Are you going to die or not? Bam! Bullying a girl, who do you think you are? If you have the guts, come and get me. Bang, bang. Bai Xiong helped Bai Lingling up from the ground and asked foolishly, Sis, did you see clearly what happened just now? Bai Lingling shook her head and said, I only felt a black shadow rush out, and then the flying zombie was sent flying. Too strong. Even the House of Bai's instructor's fighting skills are too weak compared to him. Is this guy really just a bounty hunter who hunts demon beasts for a living? It doesn't feel like it. Our cultivation is stronger than his, but I feel that he is much stronger than us. Bai Xiong's eyes were filled with admiration and worship. Just now he was the closest. However, his explosive power wasn't even half of Luo Tian's. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, even if Bai Lingling didn't die, her face would have been scratched. At that time, her face would definitely be disfigured. Bai Lingling's eyes were also filled with admiration. Her heart was filled with gratitude, and she was filled with curiosity towards this savage man. The corner of her mouth moved slightly, revealing a smile. Maybe Mother sent him to save Father. Luo Tian was still like a madman as he continued to bombard the flying zombie. Seeing its HP drop by drop, he roared in his heart, Explode for me! Chapter 958. The flying zombie was dumbfounded. Under Luo Tian's series of wild punches, there was no reaction at all. Its chest was smashed. Its nails were ripped off. Even the 2 long fangs in its mouth were shattered by Luo Tian's chaotic punches. It looked at Luo Tian on the verge of death and suddenly said, You're too desperate. I didn't hurt you. Who cares who you hurt? As a boss, you have to have the awareness of a boss. Die. Luo Tian's right fist moved and directly uppercut, hitting the flying zombie's chin and sending it flying. It flew into the air and directly landed on the ground. Its body twitched a few times. It was dead. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Flying Zombie for obtaining 1080 experience, 300 essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Poison Casting Skill. Do you wish to cultivate it? What skill? F***CK. Poison Casting Skill? A skill that only Taoists can cultivate in Hot-Blooded Legend? Luo Tian heard the words Poison Casting Skill and felt incomparably familiar. He was very fond of the game Legend, and it was also one of his favorite games. The most awesome thing about Taoists was poison. As long as it was poisonous, any boss would be exhausted to death. Luo Tian immediately opened the system to check. An ancient book was lying there quietly, flashing with system prompts. Do you wish to cultivate it? Cultivate. I have to cultivate it. With this skill, I can kill whoever I want in the future as long as I have enough time. Luo Tian became excited and chose to cultivate it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating a new skill, Poison Casting Skill. An additional skill appeared in the skill bar. Skill method: Poison Casting Skill grade. 3rd grade proficiency. 0/500 cooldown. 10 seconds description. This skill is a poison casting skill. It can only be used with poison. The poison lasts for 30 seconds. Time increases with level. HP consumption: 15 damage per second. Damage increases with level. Wow, As expected, as expected, as expected, this is a skill that only Taoists in the hot-blooded legend can cultivate. Luo Tian was exceptionally happy. Looking at the surrounding environment, he laughed inwardly. I was wondering why this place felt so familiar. It turns out that this place is shockingly similar to the zombie cave in Legend of Mir. Zombies specifically drop skills, and the Zombie King drops even more powerful skills. Blazing Sword Style, Barbaric Charge. The most awesome one is definitely the Mythological Beast Summon. If all of them can be dropped, then Luo Tian stood aside in a daze. His expression was very wretched, and his saliva was about to flow out of his mouth. He smiled and said, "That's too cool, Sis, what is he laughing at? Don't tell me you have some special thoughts about the flying zombie that just died? Just like what Ouyang you did not long ago." Bai Xiong looked at Luo Tian's wretched appearance and couldn't help but ask, "Could it be that experts all have some weird fetishes?" Bai Lingling also couldn't understand Luo Tian. She didn't know what he was thinking about with that perverted expression of his. "Hey," Bai Lingling took a step forward and asked, "What are you thinking about? Why are you laughing so happy?" See. Luo Tian sucked back his saliva and returned to his senses. He immediately laughed and said, "I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just happy. After killing all these zombies, no one will be able to hurt you anymore." Ha ha. Bai Lingling was shocked. Her cheeks flushed red, and her heart was moved. For Luo Tian, her impression of him had also changed. Bai Xiong also walked up and asked, "Big brother expert, how did you know that the bracelet contained such a powerful force? How come we didn't know? If it wasn't for you just now, I'm afraid we would have all died here." Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian seriously. She was also waiting for an answer. She really wanted to know. If she had known earlier, perhaps such a thing wouldn't have happened at home. Luo Tian smiled, took out the Phoenix Tears of Blood bracelet, and said, "I also happen to know about it. In my plane, there is an inheritor of the Phoenix bloodline. I found out about this from her. She was also the one who taught me how to trigger the power inside. Everything was a coincidence. However, I want to know who your mother is. How did she get this bracelet?" Luo Tian asked. This might be a clue to finding Li Schwecker's biological mother. Bai Lingling said, "My mother didn't tell us about its origin. She only told me to take good care of it and not lose it. She said when someone would come to take it, as long as that person was a member of the Phoenix clan, I should give it to him. Is there a Phoenix clan in the ancient continent? I don't know." Sure enough, Luo Tian was delighted. He was now sure that this bracelet was related to Li Schwetter's biological mother. He said, "Phoenix clan? There are all kinds of strange things in the ancient world. Maybe there really is one. I'll return this bracelet to you first. The power inside has been used up. It will take a long time to recover." Luo Tian didn't continue to keep it. He only wanted to know who came to take this bracelet. As for this divine bracelet, he also wanted it. However, he had a feeling that only Li Schwerer could undo the seal on this bracelet. Perhaps she was the only one who had the Phoenix blood essence. Bai Lingling said, "You don't want it as collateral? Aren't you afraid that I'll cheat? What's more, it released such a powerful power just now. This bracelet is definitely not an ordinary item. Don't tell me you don't want it?" She didn't know that the Phoenix Sobbing Blood bracelet was a divine tool. If she knew, she would definitely be shocked. Not only her, even the entire House of Bai, or even within a radius of several 100 million kilometers. No one knew about it. Otherwise, the House of Bai would have already been killed and ceased to exist. A divine tool, even a peak emperor level expert, would want it. Once people knew about it, there would be a reign of terror. Bai Lingling was not bad. Luo Tian also didn't want the Phoenix Tears of Blood bracelet to bring disaster to her. He said with a smile, "It's just an ordinary bracelet right now. It's basically useless. Even if you sell it to me for 1 cultivation coin, I won't want it." Bai Lingling's mouth curled up. Looking at Luo Tian, she revealed a disdainful, supercilious look and said, "No wonder. I was wondering why you were so generous. It turns out that this bracelet is useless to you, but you can rest assured that I, by Lingling, will keep my words. Wait until we return to the city. I'll definitely give you 1,000 cultivation coins. I can still afford this amount of money. Saying that, she put away the phoenix tears of blood bracelet. This was her current relic. Before she met the Phoenix family, it was her most precious thing. Bai Xiong looked at the mess around them and said, "What happened just now? Didn't you kill all the zombies? How come there are suddenly so many zombies?" Luo Tian was startled for a moment. Thinking of Ouyangye's hateful face, he said with a smile, "I also don't know." But in his heart he secretly said, "You mother of asterisk cur, wash your ass and wait for me." Chapter 959. Achoo! Achoo! That dog is scolding me. Ouyangye shuttled through the jungle and arrived at the periphery of Wu Mountain Range. He finally felt relieved. He looked back at the depths of Wu Mountain Range with a cold smile on his face. Humph, Bai Lingling, Bai Xiong, the two most talented disciples of the House of Bai. It's best if you die. It's great news for my Ouyang family. As for that trash, you're lucky to be torn apart by the zombies. If you fall into my hands, I will make you die even more miserably. Ouyangye's heart itched when he thought of Luo Tian. It was just that he didn't have the chance. If he had the chance, he would definitely humiliate Luo Tian and then kill him. Ouch, it hurts. Ouyangye touched his lower body. It was extremely painful. Luo Tian's feet almost broke it. His two little balls were red and swollen. His little brother had no strength at all. He had no intention of lifting it. He couldn't help but worry. If this guy was useless, then no, definitely not. I'm very valiant. I'm just frightened. When I return to the city, I'll find a few women to eat. I'll be the same as before. Ouyangye comforted in his heart. When he thought of Bai Lingling, he felt a burst of pity. I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to asterisk that little bitch, Bai Lingling. What a pity. But it's good that she's dead. I gave her face, but she didn't want it. She should be honored that I took a fancy to her. Who does she think she is? She's dead now. This is what happens when you don't follow me. Return to the city. Quickly return to the city. Ouyangye's lower body hurt again. The pain was unbearable. When he thought of being unable to lift it up in the future, a chill rose in his heart. In the ancient cave, Luo Tian didn't tell him that Ouyangye attracted the zombies. It was useless to say it out loud. At most, Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong would hate Ouyangye. They wouldn't dare to kill Ouyangye. Luo Tian would never let this son of a bitch off. She had almost been killed by him. If Luo Tian had the chance at that time, he would have definitely killed him. The fire in his heart was emitting smoke from the top of his head. That kind of feeling was really unpleasant. Bai Lingling didn't ask again, but she had a vague feeling that this matter had something to do with Ouyangye. She didn't ask about Ouyangye's whereabouts, but asked, "What should we do now?" Luo Tian looked at her and said, "That depends on you." Bai Lingling frowned and said, "It's very difficult for us to deal with the flying zombies. If we continue down, it might become even more difficult." While speaking, Bai Lingling bit her lips and looked at Luo Tian with her big black eyes. She needed Luo Tian's help. She felt that as long as Luo Tian was willing to go down with them, there would definitely be a way to find the mysterious Yin crystal and cure the poison in her father's body. Bai Xiong was a straightforward person and didn't think too much. He said, "There's a master here. Why should we be afraid of him? Let's just kill them. If we can't find the mysterious Yin crystal, we won't have the face to go back. Father's injury can't be cured. What will those uncles in the family think of us?" Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian again with a pleading look in her eyes. Luo Tian said, "In that case, let's kill them." Bai Lingling immediately smiled and couldn't help but say happily, "Really? Are you willing to go down to the second floor of the ancient cave with us?" She was a little surprised. After all, if the first floor was already so dangerous, the second floor would definitely be even more dangerous. This was just one flying zombie. If there were a few more, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. They were neither friends nor relatives, so anyone would refuse. Life was always the most important. Luo Tian actually agreed. Bai Lingling was once again grateful in her heart. Luo Tian laughed. For your 1,000 profound coin. Even if I don't want to go down, it's hard. If I don't go down, will you not give me the money? Bai Lingling immediately said, Of course not. If the mission is not completed, how can there be any money? He was a little disappointed in his heart as he thought to himself, I never thought that this guy would actually do it for money. How despicable. But that's good too. This way I won't owe him anything. Life depended on acting. Luo Tian naturally wouldn't let them see through his intentions. In fact, he wanted to go down more than anyone else. Even if they didn't want to go down, he would. A party of 3 would be very beneficial for him. The key point was, Bai Lingling and her brother's fighting strength was not bad. Their attack was very high, which made Luo Tian even more unwilling to refuse. The experience here was rich. It was completely a dungeon to farm experience. Where could he find such a good place outside? There was another point. A place would definitely have a boss, and a place like this would even more so have a boss. If you don't kill the boss, wouldn't you have the nerve to leave? Even the poison technique had dropped. What if a summoned divine beast really dropped? This was a very cool cultivation technique. Luo Tian thought about it and couldn't hold it in anymore. Immediately, the 3 of them quickly walked towards the entrance of the second floor. Ancient continent, sacred mountain, Phoenix Sky Mountain. Holy light shone brightly as immortal birds circled around. It was a fairyland-like world filled with peace and holy light. At this moment, elders from all over the sacred mountain were gathered in the Phoenix main hall. Their clothes were embroidered with a large divine phoenix facing the sky. It was dazzling and lifelike. Every one of them had a holy light on them and was extremely powerful. The Phoenix Tears blood bracelet has appeared. It's finally appeared. After waiting for so many years, it's finally appeared. This time, we definitely can't let it leave the sacred mountain. Find it. We must find it. We must find it at all costs. Now there's a problem. Who's going to find it? This. We old fellows haven't walked around in the outside world for who knows how many years. It's not good for us to appear on the continent. Suddenly, outside the hall, a clear and melodious voice resounded through the valley. I'll go. The entire hall fell silent. An extremely beautiful girl, whose beauty could topple empires, walked out. Her body was flawless, so beautiful that it made it hard for people to breathe. She was like an incomparably beautiful phoenix, exceptionally dazzling. Everyone's eyes lit up. They all looked at the woman wearing the 7-colored phoenix robe at the highest point of the hall. The woman was 70% similar to the girl outside the hall. The beauty of the two was even more different. The woman pondered for a moment. The girl took a step forward and said, Mother, maybe it really is Big Sister. The woman was silent. She raised her eyes slightly and looked at the girl. All right, be careful. It's best not to cause chaos in the secular world. And the girl nodded happily and secretly said, Big Sister, I will definitely find you. I swear, I will bring you back to the sacred mountain the first time. The 3rd chapter was delivered. There were a lot of things going on recently. Cousin got married, and then he had to go to his mother-in-law's house the day after tomorrow. He had to take a day's ride. These 2 days he had to save the chapters, or else he would not be able to update. The 6 chapters that he owed would probably have to be made up around the 20th. These few days he would have to write 3 chapters a day. Brothers, if you have a monthly vote, please help me. Old Bull would be very grateful. Chapter 960. At the entrance to the 2nd floor of the ancient cave, Luo Tian was not in a hurry to go down, but instead rested at the entrance of the cave. Although it was said that the 3 of them were resting, in fact, only Luo Tian was resting. Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling had only recovered a little bit of their strength, while Luo Tian was fiddling around in the corner. From time to time, there would be sparks. Sometimes he would be excited. Sometimes he would sigh and curse, causing Bai Lingling to be even more confused. Although they wanted to know what Luo Tian was doing, they did not disturb him. After all, he was an expert. After all, he was the backbone of the group. If he was unhappy and did not accompany them to the second floor, then they would be screwed. Ding! Level 1 venom, successfully refined. Another successful one. Luo Tian was overjoyed. A smile appeared on his face, and he thought, since I have cultivated the poison technique, how can I not have venom? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? For such a long time, Luo Tian had been refining venom. The poison technique required the cooperation of venom. Otherwise, it would be completely useless, as not a single bit of venom could be released. Just like the Taoist in the hot-blooded legend game, if one practiced the poison technique without green poison or red poison, they would not be able to release it. The refining method for this kind of low-level venom was also simple. Just find some poisonous spirit grass or demonic beast materials to refine it. The refining process was similar to alchemy, but the success rate was not high. This made Luo Tian a little unhappy. After staying in the Marshall Mountain Range for a full month and collecting a lot of spirit grass, he did not get rid of them in time when he returned to Marshall Mountain City. He asked for a furnace from Dongfang Shua's gambling house, thinking that he could improve his alchemy technique while searching for the moon god grass. He had not cultivated alchemy technique yet, but he had improved his poison refining technique by a lot. Level 1 venom. The poison was not strong, but it was enough for the current Luo Tian. Of course, with Luo Tian's current cultivation, he could not refine level 2 venom. A few hours later, Bai Lingling couldn't hold back the doubts in her heart. She stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing? It's not like you're concocting pills, and there's no one concocting pills like you do, right?" She couldn't understand it at all. When Bai Xiong saw his sister come forward, he immediately got up from the ground and walked forward with a grin on his face. In fact, he was the same. He had been secretly looking at Luo Tian for a long time. In his heart, he kept thinking, what exactly is Big Brother Expert doing? Luo Tian was surprised. He stood up and smiled. You'll know soon enough. With that said, he walked to the entrance of the second floor and said, I'm done resting. How's your vital qi recovering? Can I go down? A total of 100 portions of venom were refined. Each portion of venom could be used 10 times, which was 1,000 times. It was enough. When Bai Lingling heard that it was the second level, she immediately said, My primordial qi has already recovered. There's no problem at all. Bai Xiong immediately said, I'm fine with that too. All right, then let's go down. Luo Tian looked at them. He was still a little shocked in his heart. The recovery of his primordial qi was actually so fast. This was related to their cultivation potential. And of course, it was also related to the spirit medicine they had replenished. There were spirit medicines that could speed up the recovery of primordial qi. This was only a supplementary effect. Everything still depended on oneself. Enter. Ha ha ha. I couldn't hold it in any longer. The three of them entered the second floor at the same time. Woo, woo, damn. It stinks like a dead rat. Bai Xiong couldn't help but say with a nauseous expression. Luo Tian also frowned and said, It's too smelly and the wind here is much colder than the first floor. The air is mixed with a very strong rotten smell. This floor is definitely much more dangerous than the first floor. You guys be careful. The two siblings nodded at the same time. They were now completely treating Luo Tian as their backbone. At this moment, they had completely forgotten that Luo Tian's cultivation was several realms lower than theirs. The one who should be careful should be Luo Tian, right? You juniors dare to barge into my domain. You're courting death. Suddenly, A deep voice came out from the depths of the darkness, and the surroundings immediately became restless. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of intense buzzing sounds rang out as if tens of thousands of bees were flying. Luo Tian's brows sank, and he immediately checked the terrain. The surrounding area was all flat and open, and there was no place to hang on, much less a place like the corridor in the first floor that was easy to defend and hard to attack. There was no good terrain. Luo Tian did not hesitate, and instantly said, "Retreat!" Bai Lingling was stunned. "We haven't even started fighting. Why are we retreating?" Bai Xiong was also shocked. Looking at Luo Tian, he hesitated for half a second and immediately said, "If Big Brother Expert wants us to retreat, then we'll retreat. Listening to him is definitely not wrong." After saying that, the three of them quickly retreated to the first floor. Luo Tian did not explain further. This was the result of his many years of gaming experience. Following their arrival, all of the zombies on the second floor were awakened. In other words, all of the monsters on the second floor were aggroed by them. The buzzing sound was undoubtedly the sound of the flying zombies flying in the dark. If they didn't leave, all of the flying zombies on the second floor would appear in front of them. At that time, they would be in a dead end. However, as they retreated from the second floor, the aggro that they had pulled was automatically removed. In other words, they had lost their target and would immediately stop. He stopped for a few minutes. Luo Tian stood at the entrance and said, "You guys wait here for a moment. I'll go in and take a look. Without my orders, you guys must not enter." With that, Luo Tian stepped into the second floor. Bai Lingling looked at Bai Xiong. Bai Xiong also looked at her. The two siblings did not understand what Luo Tian was doing. It was as if Luo Tian had been here before and knew everything here like the back of his hand. Has he been here before? I really can't see through him at all. An expert is an expert. I can't understand him at all. Bai Xiong admired Luo Tian even more and said with a smile, "If it was so easy to see through, then he wouldn't be an expert. Sister, I feel that this time we'll definitely have a chance to find the mysterious Yin crystal." Bai Lingling's eyes lit up. She did not have much confidence, so she bitterly smiled and said, "I hope so." Her lack of confidence came from their cultivation bases. They were all in the 4 symbols realm and not high. If it weren't for Luo Tian and that magical bracelet, they would have definitely died on the first floor. But now they hadn't even started killing on the second floor, and they were already forced to retreat. What was that deep voice just now? None of them knew. However, to be able to speak the human language so fluently, it was definitely not a normal zombie. It was very likely that it was a zombie king. Chapter 961. A few minutes later, Luo Tian came out and said, "Come down, I've already lured the monsters." It was as he had expected. Those buzzing sounds were indeed from the flying zombies. When they retreated, they immediately lost their target and stopped on the spot. Luo Tian entered once again, but they did not fly towards the entrance of the cave again. The reason was very simple. Just now they were in a deep sleep. When they were awakened by the boss, they crazily rushed towards the entrance of the cave. However, when they entered the second floor, they were already in a state of awakening. In addition, the boss bee did not give any orders again. Bai Xiong was stunned once again. He looked at Luo Tian. "Big Brother Expert, do you accept disciples?" "No, I must acknowledge you as my master." Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, Bai Xiong immediately knelt down on one knee and said very seriously, "Disciple Bai Xiong kowtows to master." You. Luo Tian looked at him, this big guy, and naturally thought of Fatty Lei. He smiled and said, "We're about the same age, so I don't dare to be your master. If you're willing, just call me Big Brother." Bai Xiong was overjoyed and immediately said, "Big Brother Master." He was a 4-symbol stage 7, but he acknowledged a 4-symbol stage as his master. This was also him. If it was outside, in the house of Bai in Lingyun City, he would definitely be laughed at to death. Bai Lingling was also stunned, but looking at Bai Xiong's serious expression. She did not refuse, but looked at Luo Tian with a trace of doubt in her eyes. Luo Tian was too lazy to argue about this and said, "Let's go in first. Clean up the second floor before we talk about this." "Yes, sir." Bai Xiong directly entered the second floor. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian and said with a smile, "This brother of mine is very impulsive. Once he decides on something, he won't change his mind. I'm afraid you won't be able to escape from him." Luo Tian looked at Bai Lingling and teased, "Since I'm your brother's master, what should you call me?" "Huh, are you trying to take advantage of me?" Bai Lingling suddenly lowered her seniority. Luo Tian glanced at Bai Lingling's breasts. They were very big and looked like they were about to pop out. He smiled and said, "I'm not taking advantage of you in terms of seniority, at least in terms of—" Bai Lingling glared at him with a murderous look in her eyes. "At least what?" Luo Tian looked at the dark hole and immediately became serious. "It must be dangerous for my disciple to be alone down there. Let's go in first." As he spoke, he rushed in. Bai Lingling pursed her lips and smiled. She smiled beautifully and said mischievously, "Coward!" The second floor was filled with flying zombies. It was just that these flying zombies were no longer elite monsters. Moreover, their HPs were not as high as the elite flying zombies on the first floor. Their attack power and speed were also slightly inferior. However, for Luo Tian's trio, who had reached the Four Symbols realm, dealing with one flying zombie would not be an easy task. Hiss! Poison technique! Luo Tian's mind stirred, his palms sprinkled in the air, and the venom was like powder, directly sprinkling on the body of a flying zombie that was walking back and forth. The zombie's body was immediately entangled by the venom. The amount of HP above its head was decreasing bit by bit. Woo! After being attacked, the flying zombie was immediately enraged and rushed towards Luo Tian crazily. "Master, you're too awesome. What kind of cultivation method did you use just now? Why have I never seen it before?" Bai Xiong's eyes were filled with shock. He stared at Luo Tian's palm and realized that there was nothing wrong with it, but the flying zombie's body was clearly entangled with the venom. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian and thought to herself, was he refining this venom just now? Luo Tian shouted, "You've been asked so many questions. Hurry up and block it." "Understood." Bai Xiong pounced forward like a violent bear, directly in front of the flying zombie. "You want to touch my master? Then you'll have to get through me first." Bam! Bam! 2 punches were thrown out. "Attack!" Luo Tian's body jumped. Seeing that the flying zombie was about to release the venom, he immediately used Divine Fire. Skill interrupt. Luo Tian suddenly leaned forward and moved his fists. Mountain River Fist! Bam bam! Wolf King Claw! Schwa! Mountain River Fist. Take 2 more of my punches. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom! He directly sent the flying zombie flying, and at this moment, the spirit sword in Bai Lingling's hand moved slightly and directly thrust it forward. The fierce tiger sword chi roared out and struck the flying zombie's chest. Boom, boom! After this set, the flying zombie's HP dropped by half. What a thick defense! If it was an ordinary zombie, it would have died long ago. Control the vitality in the pubes well. Don't consume too much of it. Luo Tian reminded. And in the instant that the Mountain River Fist skill was on cooldown, he moved his feet and attacked again. After finishing a set of moves, he quickly jumped away. At this time, Bai Xiong directly blocked it. All the healing pills were given to Bai Xiong alone. However, he did not receive much damage, and the 3 of them separately pulled the zombie's aggro. This way, the flying zombie would fall into a state of blindness, and before he could even make a move, the target of his attack would disappear. It was only a low-level evil creature and did not have any intelligence. Against this kind of monster, Luo Tian could play however he wanted. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Flying Zombie for obtaining 390 experience, 50 essence values. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Flying Zombie for obtaining 390 experience, 50 essence values. The system would sound out from time to time. The experience points were not bad, and for Luo Tian's current level, it could be said to be quite generous. Watch carefully. The combo lies in the understanding of the cultivation technique itself, as well as the grasp of speed. The most important point is the proficiency. This kind of combo cannot be increased in a short period of time and can only be accumulated bit by bit. Finished. Luo Tian once again unleashed a perfect set of combo attacks. Even the flying zombie was unable to retaliate at this moment. It was completely played by Luo Tian. Bai Xiong watched very seriously. Luo Tian's footsteps, the frequency of his attacks, and the connection between the cultivation technique were all carefully observed. In addition to him, there was also Bai Lingling. The two of them were now sincerely admiring Luo Tian. This kind of combo technique was something that even the highest level instructor in the house of Bai could not do. To be able to do such a perfect combo with the lowest level of cultivation technique, it was hard for them not to admire him. Luo Tian did not hold anything back. He was a gaming genius. Whether it was fighting games, large-scale online games, or competitive games like pushing towers, he was very familiar with them all. The positioning, the release of skills, the connection points, and the control of speed, as well as the control of normal attacks between skills, were all very accurate. In the past, he could only use his fingers and mouse to control it in front of a computer. Now that he had personally experienced it, the feeling was even better, and the effect was even better. However, this was not enough. What Luo Tian pursued was the peak of martial arts, crushing everything. The most explosive and satisfying feeling. Chapter 962. I'll do it once. Bai Xiong did as Luo Tian said. With a fierce lean of his shoulder and a move of his footsteps, he directly knocked a flying zombie half a meter away. His expression secretly changed as he sped up, threw out 2 punches, and then fiercely pulled this. He directly pulled the air. The flying zombie instantly counterattacked. Seeing that the situation was not good, Luo Tian took a step forward and directly received Bai Xiong's attack. As he fought, he said, "Pay attention to my footsteps and also the control of your own strength. Only by controlling it well can the cultivation technique be perfectly coordinated." Swish, swish, swish! After a series of attacks, the flying zombie was directly knocked unconscious by Luo Tian. Bai Lingling, on the other hand, thrust it out with her sword. Bai Xiong scratched his head, laughed foolishly, and said, "Master, you seem to be fighting so easily. Why is it so difficult to do it? Or am I too stupid?" Luo Tian, after Bai Lingling's sword thrusted out, directly used another set of moves, killing the flying zombie. The system sounded out. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to lure the monsters, but explained, "Everyone's conditions are different. What I did just now was only to teach you how to control the place, not to ask you to use the same cultivation technique as me. The effect, you have to combine your own conditions and the cultivation technique you cultivate to be able to find your own path." Finished. Luo Tian looked at Bai Lingling, who pretended not to care, but was actually listening more seriously than Bai Xiong, and said, "I can also perfectly use the fighting combo of the practical sword. Lend me your sword." Bai Lingling was stunned for a moment. Before she could agree, Luo Tian took the long sword from her hand. "I'm not your disciple. I don't want you to teach me anything." Bai Lingling was a little embarrassed. She was worried that Luo Tian would want her to call him master. Luo Tian acted as if he did not hear it. He used the poison technique to lure a flying zombie. Immediately after, Luo Tian leaped back and pulled away from the zombie. He said in a deep voice, "Look carefully." He took a step forward. The power of the 4 symbols burst forth. In the ancient world, Luo Tian did not cultivate any sword techniques. He could only rely on his understanding of the sword techniques of the Tianxian continent to complement it. He thrust out his sword, shua, stabbing into the zombie's chest. Luo Tian's body suddenly jumped, and in a flash he stabbed a second time, then a third time, a fourth time, a fifth time. In a short span of 3 seconds, Luo Tian stabbed 8 times, each from a different direction. His movements were smooth and fluid. It was very gorgeous. Bai Lingling was stunned. Her mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. Bai Xiong was very excited and said, "Powerful, too powerful. What master swordsman? What master swordsman? They are nothing in front of my master. I think those instructors in the house of Bai should all go to hell." Bai Lingling's heart sank, and she thought to herself, he completely relied on his position, speed, and did not use any sword techniques. How did he do it? Furthermore, the power of each sword is extremely dense. Even the power released by the fierce tiger sword technique that I cultivate is difficult to compare to. Huff, huff. Luo Tian was a little out of breath. Just relying on his speed and the support of his essence to stab out 8 times was extremely taxing on his spirit. This was the restriction and suppression of the ancient code. If it was in the Tianxian continent not to mention 8 swords, he could even unleash 800 swords. Bai Xiong immediately went up. Luo Tian returned the sword to Bai Lingling and said, "The combo steps of the sword technique are extremely important. If one cultivates a set of ghostly steps, the combo of the sword technique can reach an astonishing height." Finished. Luo Tian was too lazy to care if she understood or not, and directly rushed forward, replacing Bai Xiong. The speed at which the second floor cleared the flying zombies was extremely slow. Luo Tian imparted his understanding. Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling learned very seriously. They knew in their hearts that this was a very rare opportunity. To them, this was like seeing a treasure. Time slowly passed. Luo Tian and the other 2 cleared the area without any danger. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the bottom of the second floor. Master, why didn't we meet the Zombie King? Wasn't there a zombie talking when we entered the second floor? Bai Xiong looked around, but there were no zombies at all, and he could not help but be puzzled. Bai Lingling's face was also filled with doubt and said, "There is no entrance to the 3rd floor, and I don't see any profound Yin crystal. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be that my father really can't be saved?" There was no entrance, no zombie king, and no trace of the profound Yin crystal. Bai Lingling became very disappointed. She ignored the objections of the elders in the family and the ridicule of her peers in the family. She entered the ancient cave to search for the profound Yin crystal, but now, nothing. How could she go back and see her father? Those cousins of the same generation would definitely mock her for being useless and naive. Suddenly, Bai Lingling hated herself a little and said fiercely, "I'm really useless. I can't even do a single thing well. I really don't know what's the use of me living in this world." Bai Xiong immediately said, "Don't blame yourself if the responsibility is heavier than yours. Then it's me who's useless." Luo Tian did not say anything. Looking at the darkness around him, he saw that the ground in this area was different from other places. Then he thought of the voice when he entered the cave. Luo Tian thought in his heart, "There's no reason impossible, absolutely impossible," in that instant. Luo Tian's eyes suddenly looked up, flashing with a bright light, his expression somewhat sluggish, and said, "It can't be? It can't really be the same way as the Corpse King Palace in the hot-blooded legend, right? Damn, if there really is a Corpse King Palace, then there would be a large wave of Corpse Kings. Don't be discouraged, you two." Luo Tian took a step forward and said, "Did you notice anything different about this area?" Bai Xiong looked around and said, "It's all the same, there's nothing different." Bai Lingling also looked at Luo Tian curiously, as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw in her heart, and said, "What's different about the surroundings? Hurry up and tell me. I'm going to die from anxiety." Then, Luo Tian carefully walked forward towards the bottom. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong could not understand Luo Tian at all. What was he doing? Suddenly, just as they were looking at Luo Tian in a daze, the place Luo Tian had just walked past, Walala, Walala, a zombie crawled out from the ground. It was a little different from the other zombies. It wore a kasaya on its body, just like a monk zombie. As expected, Luo Tian was shocked. He turned around and used a set of cultivation technique to bombard the zombie monk, instantly killing it. Luo Tian stood at the entrance of the zombie cave, looked at Bai Lingling and said, "There might be a lot of corpse kings inside. This must be the entrance. Do you want to go in?" Actually, Luo Tian was giving Bai Lingling a choice. However, no matter what, he would go in. Even if there was a large wave of zombies inside, he would still go in. That's a large wave of boss. The third chapter was delivered, begging for monthly votes. The chrysanthemum in front was not far away. Old Cow begged for firepower. Please, brothers. Chapter 963. Enter. This time, Bai Lingling did not hesitate at all. He said resolutely, "Even if I die, I will still enter. I must find the profound Yin crystal." Since he was here, he would not give up until he achieved his goal. For her father, for the sake of the house of Bai, she had to enter. Bai Xiong also said, "Master, it's already come to this. What other reason is there not to enter? Of course we have to enter." They did not think of the consequences of entering. Actually, Luo Tian wanted to enter alone. Was there a zombie king inside? Or a large wave of zombie kings? He could not say for sure. If everything here was really the same as the Corpse King Palace in the hot-blooded legend, then there would definitely be a large wave of zombie kings below. At that time, if they went in, they would probably be courting death. Luo Tian frowned and asked, "Have you guys thought about it? If we go in this time, we might all die inside." Bai Lingling directly walked forward, looked at Luo Tian and said, "Thank you for helping me so much. I will definitely enter the third floor if possible. I hope you can help me again. I will give you double the reward." Bai Xiong also walked up and said, "Master, please help us." They thought that Luo Tian did not want to go in. They were also worried, afraid that Luo Tian would not go in. If Luo Tian was not here, then their backbone would be gone. At that time, before they could even fight, their fighting strength would be reduced by half. Luo Tian looked at Bai Lingling and laughed. "This is what you said, the reward will be doubled. Disciple, you have to testify." Huh. Bai Xiong was stunned. A trace of disappointment flashed across Bai Lingling's eyes, but she still quickly replied, "I said, once we reach Lingyun City, I will immediately give you double the reward. 2,000 profound coin." He was a little disappointed. A little disappointed. Bai Lingling thought to herself, "Money, money, money. From the beginning to the end, it's all about money. I really misjudged him. Sigh, but that's good too. He did it for the money, and I did it for the mysterious Yin crystals. This way, we don't owe each other anything." Bai Lingling smiled bitterly in her heart. When she saw the greedy smile on Luo Tian's face, she suddenly felt enlightened. Everyone lived for different reasons. She lived for her father and the house of Bai. In her eyes, Luo Tian was doing it for money. Luo Tian chuckled, "Then it's a deal." But in his heart he thought, "It's indeed the house of Bai." He had long guessed that Bai Lingling was a disciple of the house of Bai, a silver organization in Lingyun City. Moreover, her status should not be low. At first, it was just a guess. Now that he had confirmed it, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. The house of Bai wanted to deal with him. Now he wanted to help Bai Lingling instead. This Luo Tian smiled bitterly in his heart. Then he thought to himself, "Help the house of Bai? They should be the ones helping me, right?" Along the way, my experience points have been increasing steadily. The two of them have become my hired thugs. It's the same when we enter the Corpse King Palace. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong did not harm him. In fact, they treated him quite well. Logically speaking, He would treat it as helping a friend once. Luo Tian regained his composure and said, "From now on, you must listen to my orders." "Got it. Master, don't worry. If you tell me to go east, I will definitely go west." Bai Xiong laughed foolishly. He did not care if Luo Tian was doing it for money or for other reasons. He still treated Luo Tian as his master. Luo Tian really taught him something. He had learned it too. Luo Tian glanced at Bai Lingling. Bai Lingling immediately replied, "Got it." "All right." Luo Tian did not want to waste any more time and said, "I'll go in first, the two of you follow behind me, and immediately get close to me." Finished. Luo Tian immediately fell into the zombie cave. Whoa! A burst of whooshing sounds rang out. The cold wind was bone-chilling, and the stench was even more pungent. 1 second later, bam! Luo Tian landed on the ground, and a long blood groove appeared in front of his eyes. His heart tightened, and he did not care about anything else. He immediately jumped up, wanting to jump away and escape from the Zombie King's attack range. At this moment, the Zombie King glared coldly and said fiercely, "How dare you invade my domain? You're courting death!" With a move of his arm, a jet-black chain attacked, directly locking onto Luo Tian's right foot and then fiercely throwing him down. Too fast. Luo Tian didn't have time to react at all. He didn't even have the time to release the divine fire. The Zombie King was extremely powerful. His body was jet black and shiny, and a muscle that was as fast as steel hid in unshakable power. When the chain shot out, no matter how fast Luo Tian's reaction was, he was still locked up and fiercely smashed to the side. Bam! He heavily smashed into a wall. Countless pieces of rubble fell. Luo Tian's entire body was in pain. He clenched his teeth and could not help but curse. "What the F***CK?" It was also at this time Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong entered the third floor and lit up the torches. The venue was exactly the same as the Corpse King Palace. In the middle stood a Zombie King with an iron chain in his hand. His eyes were filled with a cold light, and when he saw Bai Lingling, he was shocked. "Wahaha! I never thought that after 30,000 years the heavens would actually send a little beauty to me. Ha ha ha!" As soon as he finished, the Zombie King's 2 fangs were revealed. "Do you want eternal life? Come, become my slave." The Zombie King extended his 2 arms, and 2 iron chains shot out as if they were extended infinitely, directly trapping Bai Lingling in the direction of her. Luo Tian struggled to get up from the ground and exclaimed, "Be careful!" Bai Xiong did not care about anything and immediately pounced forward, blocking in front of Bai Lingling. Walala! Walala! The chains moved and directly locked Bai Xiong. The Zombie King was extremely displeased. He coldly snorted and said, "Go to the side. I want to suck the little beauty's blood dry first. This virgin's blood can greatly increase my cultivation. Ha ha ha! Bam!" With a swing of the 2 chains, Bai Xiong was sent flying and heavily crashed into the wall. Fallen leaves, sword technique, autumn wind sword. Bai Lingling did not dodge, but instead stabbed forward, looking at the Zombie King, looking at the crystal on his waist that was emitting a profound light. She did not care about anything else. Profound crystal. That must be the profound crystal. I want it. Holy **T. Danger. Luo Tian anxiously shouted, feeling a wave of irritation in his heart. The old saying was right, big breasts and no brains. Rushing forward like this was simply sending himself to his doorstep. It was no different from courting death. Before entering, they had to listen to their orders, but now they had forgotten everything. Bai Lingling was like a madman, charging forward recklessly and fiercely thrusting her sword into the Zombie King's chest. Swish! It was as if he had stabbed a steel plate, causing sparks to fly. Not even a scratch was left behind. "Ah, ha ha! Little beauty, come on!" The Zombie King hugged his arms and directly pulled Bai Lingling into his embrace. His 2 fangs flashed with a cold light as he fiercely bit down. Chapter 1. How about a monthly ticket? Chapter 964. Bai Lingling was too eager to obtain the profound Yin crystal. When she saw the profound Yin crystal on Zombie King's body, she had forgotten what Luo Tian had told her. He only wanted to kill Zombie King and obtain the profound Yin crystal. Who would have thought she was also completely unprepared? Zombie King's strength was beyond her imagination, especially his defense, which was comparable to steel. The sword pierced through his heart, but there wasn't a single wound on his internal organs. He retracted his arms and directly pulled Bai Lingling into his embrace. Raising his head, his two fangs flashed with a cold light as he fiercely bit down on the main artery on Bai Lingling's neck. Bai Lingling was so scared that her face turned pale. She suddenly thought of Luo Tian and shouted loudly, "Save me! Save me!" At this moment, the only person she could think of was Luo Tian. Along the way, she had unknowingly treated Luo Tian as an omnipotent person. In the nick of time, she naturally shouted for help, and even shouted loudly at Luo Tian. In a split second, "Divine fire!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he thought to himself, "Instant kill!" The 5% chance of instant kill would be triggered once more, other than killing Bai Xian in an instant in Marshall Mountain City. The Divine Fire's instant kill had never appeared again. A strange flame burst out from Luo Tian's palm. The Zombie King didn't take this flame seriously at all. His eyes turned cold as he said with disdain, "Die to the side. Little beauty, you're mine, ha ha ha. You'll always be mine. Let me suck your virgin blood dry, and then you'll become my slave forever." Ha ha ha, he swept his arm. The iron chain rushed out with a clatter, and then slashed heavily. Huff! The sound of something tearing through the air rang out, directly hitting the Divine Fire. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The Divine Fire scattered into countless pieces, but their movements did not change, and they still crazily rushed towards Zombie King. At this moment, the Zombie King didn't care about these tiny flames at all. Excitement flashed in his eyes. Looking at the blood flowing under Bai Lingling's aorta, his saliva almost flowed out from between his teeth. It was too tempting. He couldn't resist the temptation at all. He opened his mouth and bit down hard. Boom! The moment he bit down, the Divine Fire quickly condensed and turned into a huge flame that exploded in his mouth. Buzz! Ah! The Zombie King let out a blood-curdling scream and loosened his grip. Bai Lingling trembled in fear, but at this critical moment, she struggled to break free and ran directly towards Luo Tian. Her tears gushed out like a fountain. Just now, in the embrace of the Zombie King, she was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe. Looking at the two long fangs, she thought that she was about to die, but at this critical moment, Luo Tian saved her. She didn't want to think about anything else. She just wanted to throw herself into Luo Tian's arms and cry. However, just that. Luo Tian jumped heavily and directly jumped away from her. He had no intention of letting her hug him at all. His face froze, and he stomped his feet in anger. He thought to himself, "I'm a girl, can you not be like this? Will you die if you let me hug you for a while, you blockhead?" Bai Lingling pounced on nothing. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. No one in Lingyun City could stop her from throwing herself at him. But he didn't appreciate it at all. Luo Tian actually wanted to enjoy Bai Lingling's embrace, but he didn't have the time to think about this right now. The Divine Fire did not cause an instant kill. He only found the damage of minus 1,059, and the Zombie King's skill was interrupted at this moment. This was the best time for his combo. How could he be so stupid as to let Bai Lingling hug him and miss this opportunity? Then again, Yi Yunming's side had given him a blow. He had never thought about such things in his heart. Right now, he only wanted to level up. He only wanted to find the moon god grass and cure Uncle Yao Hai's leg injury. Then he would leave Marshall Mountain City and search for the antidote to the soul poison. Mountain River Fist. Bang, bang. After throwing out 2 punches, Luo Tian's right shoulder suddenly rushed forward, and he threw out 2 more punches. Wolf King's claw. Swish, swish, mountain river fist. Then follow up with the broken leg, bam. Under his extreme speed, Luo Tian struck out 10 times in a row. However, what he did not expect was that out of the 10 attacks, only the broken leg's damage exceeded 100 points, and the rest were all in the double digits. For the Zombie King with 10,000 HP, this amount of damage was simply not enough. Moreover, after Luo Tian finished his attack, he completely infuriated the Zombie King. His body swayed, and the moment Luo Tian finished his attack, his body sank and he stood firm. He suddenly roared, "You're courting death!" His arms moved. The 2 iron chains danced in the air, and the narrow space was completely sealed by the iron chains. There was no way to hide in any corner. It was so powerful. "Master!" Suddenly, Bai Xiong crawled up from the ground and roared, "I'll carry it, you guys hide behind me." Finished. Bai Xiong suddenly leaned back and stood in a corner. There was a small space behind him that could barely accommodate 2 people. Luo Tian's face darkened. The moment the Zombie King was enraged, the iron chains danced in the air, forcing Luo Tian and the other 2 to retreat. Waves of red light appeared on the Zombie King's body. Will the damage dealt to him be higher at this time? Luo Tian was not confident. However, he wanted to give it a try. This might be his only chance. Then, Luo Tian immediately ordered, "Protect your sister well. The 2 of you hide in the corner and don't move and don't worry about me." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian immediately placed the heavenly feather shield in front of him. Clang! An iron chain smashed onto the heavenly feather shield, producing a buzzing sound. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The power was reflected back, and a bright red number floated above the Zombie King's head. Although it wasn't high, but just the recoil alone was able to cause so much damage, which meant that his defense was at its weakest right now. Luo Tian couldn't care less. He was the kind of person who would never let go of an opportunity. Clang! Clang! The heavenly feather shield continuously blocked the attacks of the Zombie King's chains. The impact was extremely strong, but Luo Tian was still steadily advancing. He was also inwardly shocked. A divine artifact is a divine artifact. No matter how powerful the Zombie King is, it's useless. It can't break through the heavenly feather shield's defense at all. This shield is too powerful. If I can complete the heavenly fate set, won't I be invincible? Clang! Clang! In the corner, Bai Xiong used his own body to protect Bai Lingling. His back was torn apart by the iron chains, but his body still did not waver in the slightest. He had to protect his sister behind him. He had to protect her. Bai Lingling's eyes flashed with tears. She bit her lips tightly, unable to say a single word. Chapter 2. There are still 17 monthly votes left. Brothers, help me out. Chapter 9, 65. Clang! Clang! The iron chains danced in the air, creating a violent sound on the heavenly feather shield. When the Zombie King saw that Luo Tian was still able to charge forward, he became even more furious. Furthermore, every time he attacked, his body would suffer a little bit of damage. Although it wasn't much, his expression was extremely ugly as he looked at the heavenly feather shield in front of him. Humph! I didn't expect you to have a spirit treasure on you. To think that you can't even break through my Vajra chains. Not bad at all. I'll take your shield, the Zombie King said fiercely. The chains in his hands suddenly retracted, and all the chains in the air fell down. His arm twitched. The 2 chains were twisted into a fried dough twist, and then, with a strong pull, dense elemental energy poured into it, directly turning into a long iron rod. The Zombie King laughed crazily. I want to see if you can still withstand it. Lowly human, prepare to die. The iron rod moved. With a fierce charge, a black shadow whizzed over like a cannonball, rushing towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian's hind legs sank, and he used all his strength to resist. The greater the force that the heavenly feather shield withstood, the greater the force of the rebound. However, Luo Tian was not happy at all, but he was not confident at all. The Zombie King's strength was too strong. The heavenly feather shield would definitely be fine. But could he who was behind the heavenly feather shield withstand the shockwave? Just like Wei Kunlun, he was also forced to kneel on the ground by Yao Hai. Whoosh! The iron rod rushed forward and struck the heavenly feather shield. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A violent buzzing sound erupted from the surface of the heavenly feather shield, and a visible ripple of energy shot out. One ring after another, it spread outwards. It was also at this moment Luo Tian's body sank, and his right foot had already sunk into the ground. All the bones in his body were enduring a huge impact, and it was extremely uncomfortable. His legs were trembling, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The energy ripples that erupted suddenly retracted, and then rebounded back with lightning speed. Bang! The zombie's body also sank, and his expression became very unsightly. However, the strength of the iron rod didn't relax because of this. Instead, it instantly increased because it could feel the pain on Luo Tian's body. Ha ha ha! Puny human! Even if you have a spirit treasure to block my attack, you won't be able to withstand the shockwaves of my power. Die for me! Zombie King power! Open! Boom! His body suddenly opened, and an even more intense light flashed from his body. Full power! Its defense had also been reduced to the lowest point. Walala! Walala! Luo Tian couldn't withstand it. His body leaned forward, almost touching the ground. His body kept retreating, and his shoes were already worn out. Boom! The rebounding force struck again. The Zombie King's body also trembled. Kill! Fallen leaves sword technique. Bai Lingling held onto her sword, feeling extremely afraid in her heart. But if she didn't make a move now, Luo Tian wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Bai Xiong's face was extremely pale. His back had been smashed by the iron chains, and he roared, "I'll fight you to the death!" Like an enraged male bear, he fiercely pounced forward. The Zombie King's expression changed, and he said with disdain, "You reckless thing! You dare to anger my dignity! You're courting death!" He sent it out with his left hand. Looking at Bai Xiong, who was pouncing towards him, he grabbed onto Bai Xiong's throat with one hand, laughed sinisterly, and said, "Idiot, die!" Bai Xiong was choked by the Zombie King, but he was not afraid. Instead, he smiled slightly. The Zombie King's expression changed. Swish! A sword pierced through his heart, and dark green blood dripped out from the wound. Woo! He screamed in pain. When his defense was at its lowest, he was stabbed by a sword, and a bright red number floated out from the top of his head. Minus 2099. Ah, die! Die, all of you die! The Zombie King was furious. With a wave of his left hand, he threw Bai Xiong out heavily. Originally, he wanted to break Bai Xiong's throat, but his chest was in too much pain, so he couldn't care less. With one move, Bai Xiong was sent flying, and with a turn of his body, he chopped down with his palm. This sword strike was a sneak attack from Bai Lingling. She did not leave quickly. Seeing the Zombie King's body turn around and its incomparably ferocious expression, she wanted to fight the scene from before again. Her body trembled, and her reaction was even slower by half a beat. "You die too!" The Zombie King fiercely smashed down. "Sis!" Bai Xiong, who was on the ground, shouted out loudly. At this moment, Luo Tian, who was under the heavenly feather shield, suddenly disappeared. Moreover, at this moment, the divine fire's cooldown was over. Without hesitation, a ray of divine fire shot out. He didn't care if it could instantly kill him or not. Right now was the time when the Zombie King's defense was at its weakest. If he didn't find an opportunity to kill him now, he would never have the chance. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The divine fire fell. It didn't cause an instant kill, Luo Tian was already mentally prepared for this, but he interrupted the zombie's attack. Run! What are you in a daze for? Luo Tian shouted loudly, his body fiercely collided, directly knocking the zombie king back a few steps, and then his fists were like thunder, heavily smashing down. Who told you to F asterisk king mess with lousy? Bang bang. Wolf King's claw. Broken bloodline kick. Who told you to be so F asterisk king arrogant? Bang bang. After a set of attacks, the zombie king's HP had already reached the bottom. At this moment, Luo Tian was even more unwilling to let him go. He did not retreat at all, nor did he care about the zombie king's powerful attacks, and directly went all out. Ah, ha, ha, you can't kill me. I am the descendant of a zombie. I have an immortal body. I will not die. Ha, ha, ha. The zombie king laughed wildly. The iron chain separated and directly locked onto Luo Tian. Luo Tian's fists were like torrential rain. Punch after punch came crashing down. His HP rapidly decreased. While attacking, he continued to release poison. Even if he couldn't kill it, he had to poison it to death. Immortal. Eternal life? I like to kill people like you who won't die. I want to see if you'll die or not. Luo Tian kicked fiercely with his right foot. I want to see if you'll die or not. Bam. Whoa! The zombie king's HP was depleted, and 2 of his eggs were kicked off by this broken bloodline kick. I won't die, Brett. If you have the guts, just you wait. You'll die soon. The zombie king suddenly said these words before he died. Luo Tian's heart sank. Holy sh asterisk t. Could it be? There are more zombie kings? That must be it. Luo Tian was overjoyed in his heart, but he did not reveal any expression. It was also at this time. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Zombie King for obtaining 10,000 experience, 1,000 essence values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Mysterious Een Crystal. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Barbaric Charge. Wow, another legendary skill. The system beep was not over yet. Chapter 3, Delivery. 14 votes left. Brothers, Old Bull begs for help. He was only 14 votes away from killing him. Chapter 9, 66. It was another warrior skill in hot-blooded legend, Barbaric Charge. It could send people flying, and during the process of being hit, they couldn't do anything. Of course, in hot-blooded legend, this skill had to be used against people of a lower level than oneself. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to hit them at all. Even people of the same level wouldn't be able to hit them. The system notification continued. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level for Elephant Stage 5. Level up. For Elephant Stage 5, you can get a system reward. Luo Tian was a little excited in his heart. The last reward was Hulk Transformation Card, which could be said to be extremely strong. It could directly kill a martial Void Realm expert. What would the reward be this time? He couldn't wait to know. If only it was the power of clairvoyance. Ha ha ha, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for reaching 4 Elephant Stage 5. You have received a system reward. The reward item is Wolverine Transformation Card, which lasts for 5 minutes. Wolverine from X-Men. Luo Tian was stunned, his eyes staring straight. He was very familiar with this artificial ability user. He had watched all the X-Men movies, and Vajra was undoubtedly the strongest, especially his self-recovery ability. It was simply an invincible existence. Awesome. It's really awesome. The rewards for offensive abilities are all amazing. Luo Tian was extremely excited in his heart. Looking at the Wolverine card, he thought about the row of titanium alloy blades on the back of his hand. The feeling of killing gods and torturing Buddhas was extremely good. Profound Een Crystal. Profound Een Crystal. I want the Profound Een Crystal. Bai Lingling didn't have time to be shocked. She ran up like crazy and directly rushed to the side of the Zombie King. She immediately looked for it, but she couldn't find it at all. No, I clearly saw it. I clearly saw the profound Een crystal hanging on its waist. How could it disappear? He was a little crazy. This was the last straw for her to save her father. After going through so many hardships, if she still couldn't find the profound Een crystal, then how could she go back? How could he still have the face to go back? At this moment, Bai Xiong also struggled to get up from the ground and quickly ran over. Seeing his sister's crazy expression, he immediately grabbed her hand and said, "Maybe I saw wrong. Maybe that's not a profound Een crystal. Sister, there must be a way to cure father's poison. I will definitely think of another way." "No, I saw it. I really saw it. There's clearly a profound Een crystal hanging on its body. It can't be wrong." Bai Lingling almost dismembered the Zombie King, but she still couldn't find the mysterious Een crystal that was originally hanging on its waist. How could this be? Luo Tian recovered from his excitement and took out the mysterious Een crystal he had just obtained from the space ring and handed it over. "Are you looking for this?" He handed it over to Bai Lingling. Bai Lingling raised her eyes and looked at the mysterious Een crystal, then looked at Luo Tian. Her eyes flashed, and tears couldn't help but roll out of her eyes. She nodded with all her might and said, "Yes, yes, 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 it's it. But she didn't dare to take it, because she was too excited, and because she was too touched. Bai Xiong also didn't expect it. They didn't even see Luo Tian touch the Zombie King's body. If Luo Tian didn't say it, they definitely wouldn't know that the mysterious Een crystal was on him. The entire Lingyun city knew the importance of the mysterious Een crystal to the House of Bai, because it determined the life of the House of Bai's patriarch, Bai Qi. With it, Bai Qi wouldn't die. If Luo Tian raised the price, the mysterious Een crystal would definitely be able to sell for hundreds of thousands of profound coins. This was also one of the reasons why Bai Lingling didn't dare to accept it. Bai Lingling's tears flowed down. She looked at Luo Tian and said, "Are you really giving it to me?" Luo Tian nodded and said, "My mission was to find the mysterious Een crystal for you." Bai Lingling still didn't believe it. In her mind, Luo Tian was a greedy person who could measure everything with money. In his world, profound coins were everything. But now, she actually didn't dare believe it. She asked again, "Are you sure you're really giving it to me? Do you have any other conditions?" Luo Tian looked at this reckless girl who didn't care about her life and entered the zombie ancient cave for her father. He also felt a sense of admiration for her in his heart. He smiled and said, "What conditions do you want me to give you? Don't tell me you want to marry me?" Bai Lingling frowned and bit her lips. She looked very seriously at Luo Tian and said, "If you really give me such conditions, I am willing to marry you." Bai Xiong's eyes stared blankly at Bai Lingling. Luo Tian was also stunned. He was moved by this silly woman, Bai Lingling. Smiling, Luo Tian placed the mysterious Een crystal in Bai Lingling's hand and said, "Don't worry, you don't have to marry me. There are no conditions. Look at your unwilling appearance, as if marrying me is a bad thing for you." If it was Yi Yunmeng, Luo Tian might really give her such conditions. Unfortunately, she wasn't. Bai Lingling and Yi Yunmeng were about the same in terms of appearance and figure. In some areas, Bai Lingling was even more outstanding. Perhaps it was because of the blow of Yi Yunming's rejection, but he didn't have much feelings for Bai Lingling. His heart was also hurt once, so he became more careful. Although Luo Tian had so many female confidants, each of them were outstanding beauties who loved him to death. He thought that as long as it was a girl he liked, he would be able to pursue her, but he found that it wasn't like that at all. Bai Lingling smiled. Her smile was a little forced. She didn't know why, but she felt a little disappointed. She couldn't explain this feeling of disappointment, but it was a little uncomfortable. Bai Lingling took the mysterious Een crystal and wiped away her tears. She forced a happy smile and said, "Thank you. When we return to Lingyun City, I will definitely thank you heavily. I owe you a great favor, and the House of Bai also owes you a favor. If you need anything, just say the word and I, Bai Lingling, will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." Bai Xiong smiled and said, "Master, why don't you come to the House of Bai with me?" Luo Tian shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in joining a family or power. I prefer to be a rogue cultivator. It's more free and unrestrained." In the ancient continent, rogue cultivators were a race that was extremely difficult to survive. They didn't have the protection of a powerful force and could be hunted down at any time. Most rogue cultivators lived with their tails between their legs. Bai Xiong felt that it was a pity, but he still said happily, "The House of Bai is too small. It's too abrupt for you to join the House of Bai." Suddenly, Luo Tian thought of a problem. Chapter 9, 67. To Luo Tian, for the time being, he did not want to join any family forces. His goal was also very clear. Cloud Mist College. However, the Cloud Mist Academy wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. Its influence and power was an extremely powerful existence in the entire continent. This was because Cloud Mist College was a king force. Those who could enter Cloud Mist College were the top geniuses among geniuses. Without special abilities and extraordinary talent, one could forget about entering Cloud Mist College. Luo Tian wanted to enter. He wanted to do two things: trample on Hyosaurus. The second thing, get the treasure that the Patriarch of Huashan mentioned and leave. However, to the current Luo Tian, there was only one way to enter Cloud Mist College, and that was to take the assessment. However, his current cultivation level was too low. He did not even have the qualifications to take part in the assessment. Furthermore, Luo Tian didn't even know where the Cloud Mist Academy was. He didn't even know what the Cloud Mist Academy's assessment criteria were. Right now, he didn't have the time to think too much about it. Working hard to become stronger was the key. At this moment, Luo Tian thought of a problem. Looking at Bai Lingling, he could not help but ask, "Oh, right. Do you know about the moon god grass?" Bai Lingling frowned and asked doubtfully, "Moon god grass? I feel that it has some attributes. I seem to have heard of it somewhere." Bai Lingling silently muttered the words moon god grass in her heart. She tried her best to think about it. She wanted to know where it came from. She wanted to help Luo Tian. Bai Xiong muttered to himself for a while before saying, "The moon god grass grows beside the crescent moon spring in the crescent moon valley." Luo Tian's eyes lit up. He immediately said, excitedly, "You know about the moon god grass? Then you must know where Crescent Moon Valley is." Bai Xiong shook his head like a rattledrum and said, "I don't know, but the moon god grass you mentioned only exists in legends. No one has ever seen this kind of grass. Legend has it that this kind of spirit grass has the effect of bringing the dead back to life and can also obtain the power of the moon. However, these are all legends. No one has ever found the moon god grass, and no one knows where Crescent Moon Valley is. Master, why do you want to find the moon god grass?" F***CK. Luo Tian slapped his thigh. After hearing Bai Xiong's words, he suddenly understood something. In order to confirm, he asked again, "Can a shattered kneecap be cured? In a small place like Wushan City?" "Of course." Bai Xiong replied without even thinking. This kind of injury is classified as a low-level disability. It can only be treated with a few dozen mystic coins, and it won't leave behind any sequelae. Any medical hall or some low-level elixirs can cure it. "Master, what's wrong?" "I got it. I've been tricked." "I sigh. Why didn't I think of this before?" "I'm really too naive. It seems like Brother Dongfang and Uncle Yao Hai are in danger." Luo Tian's expression changed, thinking back to the situation at the gambling house. From many aspects, he could feel that Dongfang Shoa was acting for him to see. However, because he was too anxious to save Yao Hai, He did not suspect anything. However, Luo Tian also understood that he had destroyed the Tianyu sect and killed Wei Kunlun. This had already violated the house of Bai's taboo. The house of Bai would definitely not let him go. He was naturally not afraid, but Dongfang Shua was worried about him. So he used this method to send him out. He said that a spirit grass that only existed in legends was to be found for the rest of his life. If he could not find it, then there was no need to return. Naturally, there would be no danger. Go back. I'll go back immediately. Luo Tian's expression became anxious. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Something had happened to the gambling house. Dongfang Shua might also be in trouble, and Uncle Yao Hai would definitely be the same. These were his two most important friends in the ancient continent. He would definitely not let anything happen to them. Seeing Luo Tian's anxious expression, Bai Lingling immediately asked, "What's the matter?" The House of Bai still has a certain amount of control in Wushan City. If it's a matter of Wushan City, I should be able to help you. Bai Xiong also said, "Wushan City? If any one of the 13 forces dares to touch you, I will immediately destroy their entire family." Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, but I want to solve this matter myself. Don't you want to go back to save father? Hurry up and go back. We will leave immediately." Bai Lingling wanted to ask more, but seeing that Luo Tian did not want to say anything, she did not say anything. Moreover, her father was deeply poisoned. The sooner they brought back the mysterious Yin crystal, the sooner he could be cured. Immediately, Bai Lingling said, "Okay, then we will go back first. Anyway, we will have to pass by Wushan City to go to Lingyun City. If there is anything you need, just tell us." Bai Xiong also said, "I want to see which blind thing dares to go against my master." Humph. After saying that, they were the first to crawl out of the zombie hole. When it was Luo Tian's turn, the zombie cave suddenly closed. Luo Tian stomped on the ground and his eyes darkened. *CK. What's going on? Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong, who were outside, were even more confused. "Why is the cave gone? Master, did you hear that? Damn, what's going on? Why did the cave suddenly disappear? Look quickly." The two of them were crazy with anxiety. They stood at the entrance of the cave and kept looking. But no matter what they did, the zombie monk did not climb up from the ground. Without a cave, they could not go in or out. In other words, Luo Tian was completely locked inside. Bai Lingling immediately stuck to the ground, her fists fiercely pounding on the ground. "Savage, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Say something. Thump, thump, thump. Do you hear me? Can you make some noise?" He was so anxious that tears came out of his eyes. Bai Xiong directly used his hands to dig the ground and said, "The cave is below. We crawled in from the cave, so it must be below." "I will dig a hole, master. Wait for me. I will definitely save you." His two hands crazily dug the ground. In less than a minute, his fingernails had turned over and his fingers were bleeding, but he still had no intention of stopping. Half a novel later, Bai Xiong's hands were dripping with blood and trembling as he looked at the small hole he had dug. Below the small hole was a hard rock, and even if he broke his hands, he would not be able to dig any further. Sitting at the edge of the hole, he muttered, "Sister, what should we do? What should we do? Master is locked inside." Bai Lingling was still very calm and said, "With just the two of us, even if we dig a hole, we won't be able to dig it out. Let's return to the city and immediately call for help." This was the only way. It was also the only way she could think of. Bai Xiong immediately stuck to the ground and shouted towards the ground, "Master, wait for me. I'll go out and call for help." At this moment, Luo Tian stood in a corner, his face filled with excitement, an indescribable excitement. "Zombie King, a large wave of Zombie King, ha ha ha. This time, I will explode all the skills in the hot-blooded legend." The second chapter was delivered. Chapter 968. The first Zombie King had said those words before it died. Luo Tian forgot about it for a moment. In addition, the Zombie King had dropped a lot of things, as well as the reward for leveling up the system. In addition, he had found out that Dongfang Shoa had lied to him. Thinking about their dangerous situation in Marshall Mountain City, Luo Tian was very anxious, afraid that something would happen to them. It was also because of this that Luo Tian had been careless. But unexpectedly, when it was his turn to go out, the hole closed and the ground surged. The ground trembled, and waves of evil energy rose up. It was extremely powerful, and Luo Tian felt that there were definitely monsters rushing out from below. However, what he did not expect was that it was not a monster. It was a large wave of monsters. Moreover, they were all bosses whose bodies were shining with golden light. Zombie King, a total of 50 of them. One Zombie King's experience was 10,000, so 50 of them would be 500,000. It was enough to level up several times. Thinking of this, Luo Tian's blood started to boil, and he thought to himself, "Big brother Dongfang, Uncle Yao Hai, wait for me a little longer. I will immediately come out of the mountain to look for you. If anyone dares to touch you, I will definitely kill him, no matter who it is." Walala, walala, woo-woo. Woo-woo! Despicable human. How dare you kill my junior brother? I want you dead, I want you dead. The Zombie King fist roared, and an evil aura filled the entire space. The stench, the aura from the evil hell, made people tremble in fear. The pressure that erupted from the Zombie King's body also firmly suppressed Luo Tian's mind. It was very uncomfortable. Luo Tian leaned against the wall. In this narrow space, he did not have any powerful terrain to use, and even if he did, it would be useless. This was because there were too many Zombie Kings, and even the most basic kiting was not possible. However, Luo Tian was not flustered. His hand speed was extremely fast as he quickly released the poison technique, poisoning all the Zombie Kings that were rushing forward, causing them to be poisoned and continuously lose blood. This also completely infuriated the Zombie King fist. The chain started to spin, and all of them shot towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian kept the heavenly feather shield. He took out a card from his spatial ring. He roared, "Hulk, transform!" Roar! Bang, bang, bang. Luo Tian's body exploded, and everything around him changed. A ferocious green monster emerged from Luo Tian's body. The clothes on his body were torn apart, leaving only his underwear. In front of him, those Zombie Kings seemed insignificant as they watched the chains shoot towards him. Hulk's eyes flashed with anger as he roared at the Zombie Kings. It didn't care about the iron chains at all. It grabbed the iron chains with both hands and whipped them fiercely. Walala! Walala! More than a dozen Zombie Kings were sent flying. The originally incomparably ferocious, domineering, and powerful Zombie King had now become a pitiful worm. Under Hulk's domineering aura, all of them were trembling, without the slightest bit of fighting strength. They were so scared that they stood on the spot, trembling. What is this? Oh God, please save us. What is this? Oh my God. Mom, I want to go home. Zombie King was so scared that he peed his pants. All of the attacks landed on Hulk's body, but there was no reaction at all. In the beginning, Bai Lingling's sword could not even break through Zombie King's defense, but now it was their turn to be unable to break through Hulk's defense. This kind of attack was nothing more than a tickle to Hulk, and he did not put it in his eyes at all. Like a fierce tiger charging into Zombie King's fist, he pulled one of them and moved his hands, wanting to tear Zombie King into two halves. It was a complete mess. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Zombie King for obtaining 10,000 experience, 1,000 essence values. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Zombie King for obtaining 10,000 experience, 1,000 essence values. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Zombie King for obtaining 10,000 experience, 1,000 essence values. The system raised its voice nonstop. Luo Tian could not control Hulk. No one can control Hulk when he's in his berserk mode. Anyone who tries to do anything to him is just looking for death. It was the same in the movies. It was the same here. F***CK. Aren't they all bosses? Why don't they drop any skills? Luo Tian said in a bad mood. After killing more than 10 of them in a row, they did not drop any cultivation techniques, not even the Xian Yin crystal. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level 4 symbol stage 6. Your sister. It didn't drop. Luo Tian was a little annoyed. He still wanted all the skill books in the hot-blooded legend to drop, especially the summoned divine beast. If he had it, a divine beast following behind him who wouldn't like it, close the door, release the divine beast, and bite it to death. Time passed by minute. The zombie kings were killed one by one. They were not a match for Hulk at all. They were unable to resist at all. They hated that they couldn't drill back into the hole they came out from. But Hulk did not let them go at all. Ding! Congratulations to player. The 46th one still hasn't dropped. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. The 47th one still hasn't dropped. System sister, give me some face. Do you have to treat me like this? It's 50 zombie kings. You should at least drop something. Luo Tian's heart was filled with bitterness, and his mood dropped to the freezing point. 50 zombie kings. No matter how low the drop rate was, it shouldn't be this low, right? Luo Tian began to miss the world within Chun. With her around, his luck was full, and he could get anything he wanted. Chun, I miss you. I miss you so much. If only you were by my side. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Zombie King for obtaining 10,000 experience, 1,000 essence values. It still hasn't dropped. Holy **T. This is already the 49th one. Luo Tian's heart was about to break. There was only one left. Luo Tian did not have much hope, since it would not drop anyway. Looking at the experience slot, he said, I still need 1 more experience to level up. Although it didn't drop, it's still not bad to level up 2 levels. What an unexpected gain. Walala! The last zombie king was torn in half by Hulk. At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Zombie King for obtaining 10,000 experience, 1,000 essence values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Mysterious Yin Crystal. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Summon Divine Beast. Oh my god! What? Luo Tian was stunned. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Brothers, do you still have monthly tickets? The chrysanthemum can't be protected. Please support. Please firepower. The old cow is begging you, brothers! Chapter 969. Summon Divine Beast. Luo Tian couldn't believe it. The system beep continued, but he wasn't in the mood to listen. Looking at the ancient book floating in his mind with the words Summon Divine Beast written on it, he was stunned. Excitement. Indescribable excitement. It's really the Summon Divine Beast. It's really it. Wow, system sister, I love you. I love you so much that I want to shoot you. I said it wrong. Anyway, I love you very much. Luo Tian became crazily excited. Summon Divine Beast. In the early version of Hot-Blooded Legend, this was the most awesome skill of the Taoist class and also the most awesome skill in the entire game. A fire Kirin, like Divine Beast, would follow behind, and once it was attacked, it would stand up on its 2 legs, its body would be 3 to 4 times taller, and its mouth would constantly spit out flames. Zombie, Flying Zombie, and then Zombie King. From the moment the poison technique was dropped, Luo Tian thought in his heart that it would be great if an even more awesome skill could drop. Although he thought so, he said so. But Luo Tian never thought that the Summon Divine Beast would really drop. Looking at the Summon Divine Beast floating in his mind, Luo Tian's idea moved, and he couldn't wait to order. Cultivate, cultivate, I want to cultivate immediately. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating Summon Divine Beast. Skill method. Summon Divine Beast grade. Demigod level proficiency. 01000 cooldown. 12 hours consumption. 10,000 essence points description. Level 1 Summon Divine Beast can summon a rank 0 Divine Beast with 1000 HP, and the duration is permanent. If attacked, HP will be depleted and die. Unable to summon a second Divine Beast during the cooldown. Description 2. Level 1 to Level 3 Divine Beast can be converted into Fire Kirin, Level 1 Rank 0 Fire Kirin, Level 2 Rank 3 Rank 5, Level 4 to Level 7 can summon Hydra. Perfect Realm can summon King of 6 Paths. What the F asterisk CK? Fierce. System, let me ask you, why are you so fierce? Luo Tian was shocked by this skill. It was completely incomparable to the mythological beast summon in Hot-Blooded Legend. It was simply much better. This guy too fierce. To be able to summon a Fire Kirin at level 1, even though it was at tier 0, but to have a mythical beast following behind him, how cool would that be? Some of the girls simply couldn't resist, and simply threw themselves at him without any regard for their lives. At that time, even if Luo Tian had the doppelganger technique, he wouldn't be able to take care of them. This was the ancient continent. It was an ancient mid-level plane. It was not the Tianshan land, nor the low-level planes. How powerful were the divine beasts of the ancient continent? Tier 0. Even if it was a tier 0, it would still crush the shit out of you. Wow, that's too awesome. Luo Tian's blood boiled as he thought about walking on the streets with a Fire Kirin following behind him. That feeling was simply too cool, especially in Cloud Mist College, in front of Hyosaurus. Don't you like to be arrogant? Don't you Hyja is awesome? In front of me. She is just a pile of SH asterisk T. Yunmeng. All right, although I'm not happy about being rejected, I still want to show off in front of you. Luo Tian couldn't help but think of Yunmeng and felt bitter. If he said that he didn't want to show off in front of her, he would be lying to himself. Luo Tian calculated his age. He was just a hot-blooded youth in his 20s. Even if he had the memories of 2 lifetimes in his heart, he still wanted to show off his arrogant, overbearing, and powerful side in front of the woman who rejected him. This was a man's nature. Wait, I'm coming. Luo Tian laughed. Immediately, he looked at another item. It was also the 3rd item after the Summon God Beast. He opened the system. A voucher-like item appeared in front of his eyes. Item: Evil Regions Pass Description. Open the pass and you can enter the evil regions. Each pass can only be used once, so do not be cautious. Ding. Do you want to enter the evil regions? Luo Tian frowned. Evil Regions Pass? What kind of place is the evil regions? A gathering place for evil creatures? Isn't this the existence of a super dungeon? If it really is, then the evil regions is definitely a leveling heaven. No. Luo Tian rejected. He had no choice. First of all, his current cultivation was not strong enough. It was completely useless to rely on the Hulk transformation for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, only death awaited him. At the very least, he had to have the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, Luo Tian would never take the risk to enter. Secondly, he still did not know what had happened in Martial Mountain City. How were Dongfang Shua, Yao Hai, and the others now? Luo Tian did not know that they had tricked him out of Martial Mountain City for him. No matter what, Luo Tian had to go back. Thirdly, Luo Tian was still on the 3rd floor of the ancient cave. The most important point, he was still in his Hulk mode. This perverted, big guy couldn't find a way out and was in a rage. He was going crazy and raging, constantly smashing his way out. Bam! Rumble, bam, rumble. The ground was shaking as if there was an earthquake. Gravel continued to fall from the ancient cave. Luo Tian started to worry. The third floor was deep underground. If it collapsed and buried him, then he would be in deep trouble. Brother! You're my brother. Can't you stop for a while? You only need 2 minutes. Can't you take a good rest? Leave everything to me. Leave it to me. Luo Tian complained in his heart. There were 50 zombie kings' holes on the ground. Obviously, the exit must be in one of the 50 holes. If he tried one by one, he would be able to get out. If this guy who had lost his mind and did not have much consciousness buried these holes, then it would be terrible. The only weakness of Hulk's transformation was that he did not have any thoughts. No one could control him. The more one wanted to control him, the more violent he became. Before Luo Tian could finish speaking, Hulk became even more irritable. In Luo Tian's impression, this guy would only stop when it came to his woman. She was a very beautiful woman. In the previous incident, Luo Tian secretly said, "Pervert, you think you're a pervert? Last time, when you faced Yun Meng, you carried her and ran around the world. Now, I haven't even finished speaking and you're already so mad. Are you trying to kill me?" Bam! Walala! Bam! Walala! The gravel became thicker, and huge rocks continued to fall from the dark sky. In less than half a second, all of the Zombie King's holes were buried. The exit was gone. Luo Tian's heart was broken. What the F***, it's over. This time the joke is too big. Chapter 970 F***. At this time, Luo Tian even had the heart to die. This big green man was too ferocious. In the movie, his strength was even more ferocious than Thor. He had ruthlessly destroyed a huge battleship on a foreign planet. Now that he was mad, he was even more ferocious. The bigger the movement around him, the more manic he became. The tendons all over his body bulged. His face was extremely ferocious. His fists exploded as he hammered down. Rumble! Rumble! It felt as if the world was falling apart, as if it was the end of the world. It was not time yet. Luo Tian could not change into himself at all. He could only stupidly watch this big guy go crazy. There was nothing he could do. Next time, unless it is a last resort, I will never transform into Hulk again. F***. I don't know if there will be a next time. I don't want to die here. Luo Tian was secretly bitter. His fate was in the hands of this crazy green man. He really didn't feel good. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise. Hulk's 2 eyes stared ferociously, like a huge, angry Buddha, his body slightly pressed down. Then his 2 legs suddenly kicked. Hoo-hoo! An extremely ear-piercing sound broke through the air. Although Luo Tian did not personally experience it, he could feel how strong this impact required. He sighed again in his heart. Hulk's pure strength is too abnormal. This guy is completely the king of strength. Too fierce. Just that. Brother, don't be so fierce. Feeling the dark sky above Hulk's head, Luo Tian's back trembled and his chrysanthemum tightened. No matter how hard your head is, it is impossible to break through this ancient cave that is tens of meters deep, right? However, Luo Tian's words were not finished. Rumble. A thunderous sound spread for thousands of kilometers. The earth sank. The entire cemetery collapsed, and a sinkhole appeared. A green shadow shot out from the dust and into the air. Then it raised its head and roared at the sky. Ah, arrogant and overbearing to the extreme. It was as if he was venting his anger and demonstrating his power to Luo Tian. The light was blinding. Luo Tian was completely stunned. After a long while, he swallowed his saliva and said, F***, you're ridiculously strong. You're too strong. If you can control your mind, no. If I can control your mind, who can stop me? I just want to ask, who else is there? It was too ferocious. Hulk's strength and defense were simply indescribable. Rumble. He fell from the sky, creating a deep crater under his feet. Then he jumped again, leaping into the air, and then fell down again. The entire Wu Mountain range was ravaged by him. Those incomparably powerful monsters were now pitiful little bugs, lying on the ground and not daring to move. Boom! They landed in a thick rainforest, several hundred kilometers away. I saw it. I saw it, the sky. I've never seen such a ferocious monster, no. He's definitely not a monster. Either he's fused with a very powerful bloodline, or he's a savage who devours spirit treasures of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such a powerful strength. Look at how fierce he is. This guy is definitely ranked in the top 5, even compared to Cloud Mist College's proud daughter of heaven, Ice Queen Yunming. You too still have the mood to talk about this. Hurry up and find him. If we find him, we'll be rich. Ha ha ha. That's right. For a moment, chaos ensued. The disciples of the devil sect, the disciples of the righteous sects, and the disciples of various forces all flocked towards the thick rainforest. That was a head worth 1,000,000 profound coins. Whether it was the devil sect or the righteous sects, as long as they could get him, they would be able to earn 1,000,000 profound coins. In the distance, Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong had already walked out of the depths of the Wu mountain range. Looking at the scene from afar, Bai Xiong was stunned. Sis, it's that cemetery just now. Could it be? Could it be that something happened to Master? Bai Lingling also saw it. Her heart tightened as she gritted her teeth and said, No, he's very lucky. It's impossible for something to happen to him. Even if something happens to him, I have to find him. Let's hurry to Wushan City and call for help. It wasn't that he didn't believe it. It was that he couldn't believe it. Bai Lingling secretly prayed in her heart. Savage, you must hold on. Bai Xiong nodded, looked into the distance, and muttered to himself. Could that guy be Master? Tui! 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 How could my master be a monster covered in green hair? It's absolutely impossible. The two of them did not stay for long, but quickly rushed in the direction of Wushan City. In the direction of Luo Tian. Hiss, my butt. It hurts. It hurts so much. Luo Tian rubbed his butt and jumped up and down, just as he fell from a high place and entered the thick rainforest. Hulk's transformation ended, and Luo Tian was not prepared, so he fell down on his butt. He just happened to sit on a sharp wooden stake, aimed at his butt. Bang! Luo Tian's buttocks almost split open, and he cursed in pain. Rubbing his butt, Luo Tian looked around. I can't stay here for long. I must leave as soon as possible. He was very clear about his current situation. Monsters were secondary. The most important thing was the disciples of the devil sect, who came to kill him, and some disciples who wanted him to join the righteous forces. Hulk's transformation must not be discovered by them. Once they found out, he would be used as a lab rat and even be hunted endlessly. He still had a lot of things to do. He did not want to die yet. Rubbing his butt as he ran, he changed his clothes. He only had a pair of underpants, and the underpants were already bursting. He did not even need to lift it up with one hand, as it would fall down. This was also the reason why Luo Tian brought a lot of clothes from Dongfang Shua. He was afraid that such a thing would happen. Half an hour later. It's this area. Search. Search by yourselves. Don't let go of any place. The closest group of Devil's Sect disciples had arrived. As Hulk had transformed in the air, he did not leave any traces on the ground, nor did he leave any footprints. Oh, I didn't expect the evil Sky Sect to be so fast. The second group of disciples had arrived. Your Xiao Yao Pavilion is not slow either? We want that big green fellow. I advise you evil Sky Sect to know your place and leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Impolite? Ha ha ha, show me your impoliteness. You can't even enter the top 500 of the Devil Sect bounty board. What impoliteness are you talking about in front of me? I don't even have the interest to kill you. Wave after wave of people arrived. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense and tense. At this moment, Luo Tian had already walked a few miles, changed into a clean set of clothes, and swaggered towards Wushan City. It's him? The second chapter has been delivered. Chapter 971. Suddenly, A voice came from behind him. It's him. Luo Tian opened his eyes, his pupils constricted. His back was drenched in cold sweat. His heart sank, and he thought to himself, "Have I been discovered?" He clenched his fists in his sleeves. No matter who it was, he had to get rid of them. Otherwise, he would not have a peaceful life in the future. The commotion caused by Hulk was far beyond his imagination. But Luo Tian was still very clear in his heart that he could not let outsiders know that he was Hulk before he was strong enough. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Luo Tian pretended not to hear and continued to walk forward. At this moment, "Brat, stop!" For people walked out of the forest. Their expressions were somewhat hurried, and their faces were somewhat panting. It was obvious that it was caused by an extreme attack. Luo Tian suddenly stopped. "Hero, I'm just passing by." Looking behind him from the corner of his eyes, he focused his mind and chose the Wolverine color-changing card. If the situation was not right, he would choose to transform at the first moment. He would definitely not be stingy with a transformation card. Compared to his own fate, the transformation card was too worthless. "Turn around." One of the people behind said. Luo Tian did as he was told and slowly turned around. The 4 people in front of him were dressed as disciples of the Devil Sect. Looking at their clothes, Luo Tian's heart sank even more. He then tried to sense their cultivation, but he could not sense it at all. The difference was too great. Even the weakest of the 4 could easily crush him. If he wanted to rely on his own strength to kill the 4 of them, it would undoubtedly be a fantasy. It was absolutely impossible. Luo Tian laughed and said, "Brother, I don't think I know you guys." Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish, one of them slapped his thigh and laughed. "I'm him, right? How could I be wrong? It really is him. Impossible. How is this possible? This is unbelievable." The 4 of them sized up Luo Tian as if they were staring at a monster. Luo Tian was also confused. He didn't understand the meaning of their words. Looking at their faces, he wondered if he had seen them before. "It's him? Is this him, Hulk, or myself? Have these people been following me, or are they just passing by?" Luo Tian was not confident. However, he did not let his guard down. If anything went wrong, he would immediately use the transformation card. He looked at Luo Tian's cautious look. The leader of the group said, "Kid, you don't know me, but we know you. You're the kid who fought in the Marshall Mountain City a few days ago. You killed all those people who spouted *T. Those matches were classics, but after that..." The man took a step forward, his eyes filled with doubt as he looked at Luo Tian, and said, "I just don't understand. Didn't you take the profound sky pellet? According to common sense, even if you're not dead, you're still a cripple, but you're still alive. It's fine if you're alive. But your cultivation has actually reached the 4 symbols, 7th stage. In just a few days, you've broken through 5 times. Could it be that your talent has reached the level of superior? Impossible. We have a detailed list of superior talents in the Devil Sect. Even those who have just ascended to the ancient world have a detailed record. Your name is not on it at all, Luo Tian. What's going on?" He couldn't understand. They were the disciples of the Devil Sect who watched Luo Tian's martial arts competition in the Marshall Mountain City. At that time, he still wanted to save Luo Tian and bring Luo Tian back to the sect. But when he saw Luo Tian take the profound sky pellet, he lost interest. At that time, he was sure that even if Luo Tian didn't die, he would still be a piece of trash. This kind of person had no value at all, and had no future in martial arts, so it was impossible to bring him back to the Devil Sect. If he didn't recognize Luo Tian's appearance clearly, he would have thought that it was another person. Luo Tian's heart relaxed and thought, "Luckily, it's not about finding out that I'm Hulk." Then, Luo Tian laughed and said, "Maybe that profound sky pellet has expired. I just had a stomachache, then squatted in the latrine for an entire night, pooping for an entire night, and I was fine the next day. I don't know if it was because I pulled out the backlash of the profound sky pellet or something else, but I can't believe that I'm so good." If he could fool them, then so be it. The fact that the profound sky pellet happened to coincide with his advancement, he couldn't let outsiders know. The devil's sect disciple frowned slightly and said, "Is there such a thing?" Luo Tian revealed a silly expression and said, "It should be my good luck." At this moment, rumble, rumble. Just then, a series of explosions came from the rainforest. The collision of power was extremely dense. "This is bad. Eldest senior brother, we might have found the big green guy. Let's hurry over. If we're too late, we won't have anything to do." The three of them anxiously reminded him, thinking about the reward of over 1,000,000 profound coin. They couldn't help but become excited and anxious. The eldest senior brother's face also slightly changed. He turned his head to look at the rainforest and frowned. He looked at Luo Tian and said, "Little brother, my name is Yang Qi. I am a student of the Abyss College. If you want to enter the Abyss College, I can be your referral. With your talent, you will definitely be able to enter the Abyss College. The righteous forces don't want you, but we do. I have an urgent matter to attend to. So remember to come to the Abyss College to find me." Then, without waiting for Luo Tian's reply, Yang Qi waved his hand and said, "Let's go." With a light leap, he was hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye and disappeared. Yang Qi, Abyss Academy. Luo Tian silently muttered, "Looks like the Devil Sect also has its own academy. I thought it was just some Devil Sect forces. The Devil Sect in the ancient world is completely different from the Devil Sect in the profound sky continent. The Devil Sect is much stronger than I imagined. I'm too lazy to care. However, could the Abyss Academy be related to the Abyss Cave that the Patriarch of Huashan was talking about? Holy **T. Patriarch of Huashan, you can't be a person from Cloud Mist College and a person from Abyss Academy, right? You've made me a little confused." The Patriarch of Huashan had mentioned 3 places. One was Cloud Mist College. The other was the Abyss Cave. Could it be that he was so awesome that he could join 2 King-level forces academies? Damn, wasn't this a little too awesome? Luo Tian frowned. The Sumeru ring on his finger no longer had the will of the Patriarch of Huashan. Otherwise, he would have definitely asked this old fellow what was going on. Phew! Let's not care about that for now. Who cares about Cloud Mist College or Abyss Academy? We can't enter right now. There's only one thing I need to do now, and that is to return to Marshall Mountain City as soon as possible. Big Brother Dongfang, Uncle Yao Hai, please don't let anything happen to you. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Thank you to Danyi for the series of rewards. Thank you, brothers, and also thank you to the other brothers who gave rewards. Old Cow thanks you for your support. Thank you to those brothers who often vote. Every time I see your familiar names, my heart is inexplicably moved. Thank you, brothers. Old Cow asks for more monthly votes, more support. Please, brothers. Chapter 972. Let's go back to the 2nd day after Luo Tian left. 2 rows of house by elite guards rushed to Wushan City. They surrounded the gambling house and didn't attack. Instead, they demanded Dongfang Shua to hand over the person. Dongfang Shua ignored them and laughed. "Tell your leader of the House of Bai Qi to come see me. Let's see if he dares to ask me to hand over the person. A mere silver family dares to show off in front of me? Kid, you have to think twice. You are attacking the gambling house of the Dongfang family. Do you see the 2 words Dongfang on the signboard?" The leader of the guards was called Bai Shan. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s and was in the condensed energy realm. Facing Dongfang Shua, he didn't order them to attack. Of course, it wasn't because he was afraid. On the contrary, he wasn't afraid at all. He smiled and said, "It's because it's the Dongfang family that I didn't attack. If it wasn't for them, your house would have been destroyed. And you, Brother Dongfang, even if your cultivation is higher than mine, you are still no match for the elites of the House of Bai. This time, I will definitely take that kid's head. Otherwise, I won't be able to report back. I hope Brother Dongfang can give me some face. He wasn't afraid at all. Of course, he also knew the power of the Dongfang family. The main reason he wasn't afraid was because he wasn't afraid of Dongfang Shua. As a core member of the House of Bai, he naturally knew why Dongfang Shua would come to such a small place like Wushan City. If Dongfang Shua was a core member of the Dongfang family, even if the House of Bai had 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to send people to ask for him, let alone attack the gambling house. Before he came, he had already sent people to the Dongfang family to ask about it, peaceful before using force. After all, Dongfang Shua's surname was Dongfang. He couldn't simply use this name. Dongfang Shua laughed coldly and said, "The person is in my courtyard. If you, Bai Shan, have the guts, come in and take him. If not, then scram as far as you can." Mighty and domineering. He didn't give Bai Shan any face. He had also guessed that Bai Shan would not dare to attack the gambling house. The corner of Bai Shan's mouth curled up, and he said unhappily, "Brother Dongfang, are you really not going to give me any face?" "Do I know you?" Dongfang Shua said aggressively, "I don't know you, so why should I give you face? Who do you think you are?" He wanted to protect Luo Tian. From the moment Luo Tian entered the gambling house, he wanted to protect him. Although Luo Tian wasn't in the casino, if he was discovered by Bai Shan, he would chase Luo Tian all the way to the Wushan mountain range. He would not let go until Luo Tian completely disappeared. It was even more impossible for the House of Bai to enter the poison tower to conduct a search. Bai Shan's face turned ugly. He snorted coldly and said, "Surround the gambling house. Don't even let a fly out. I want to see how long that brat can hold back." Immediately, he raised his eyes and looked at Dongfang Shua, who was in the gambling house, and laughed coldly. "Just you wait. As long as my people come back from the Dongfang family, you can wait to see what happens." Time passed day by day. Finally, on the 11th day of Luo Tian's departure, the House of Bai disciple who went to the Dongfang family to report the news had returned. In these 11 days, the House of Bai's elites surrounded the gambling house. "Good. I knew it would be like this, ha ha ha," suddenly. Bai Shan walked out of the tea shed. After receiving the news from the disciple, he was unusually happy. He had suffered enough in these 10 days, and now it was time to vent. Bai Shan said in a deep voice, "House of Bai disciples, listen to my order. Rush in and capture him. Whoever dares to stop you, don't hesitate, kill." Dongfang Shua's face sunk as he roared, "You dare!" Bai Shan smiled proudly. "Dongfang Shua, let's see if I dare or not." Interfering in Wushan City's matters has already broken the Dongfang family's rules. Furthermore, you are just an abandoned son of the Dongfang family, a useless bastard. The House of Bai already knew about this. The reason why they didn't do anything to you was because they gave you face. But you don't know what face is. If you dare to interfere with my search today, I will immediately take you down. The only son of the Dongfang family's previous leader was said to be like this. Dongfang Shua's heart was filled with rage. How could he care so much? Thinking back to Luo Tian's words, "If you don't like it, then do it. If you don't like it, then kill. If you don't like it, then do as you wish. If you don't like it, then kill." A step landed, directly sending a House of Bai disciple flying. Instant kill. The originally tense atmosphere. Instantly a fight broke out. "I want to see who dares to take a step into my gambling house." Dongfang Shua stood at the entrance of the gambling house. His eyes were like thunder, unusually fierce. At this moment, Yao Hai also rushed out and stood beside Dongfang Shua. The old butler and the other workers all stood up. Bai Shan laughed coldly. "I gave you face, but you don't want it. Kill him." The elite disciples of the House of Bai were all at the advanced stages of the 4 symbols. Although Dongfang Shua's cultivation was the strongest, there were simply too many elites in the House of Bai. Furthermore, he had to take care of other people. In less than half a day, Dongfang Shua was captured, Yao Hai was captured, and the old butler was captured. Everyone else was killed. Blood flowed like a river in the gambling house. The gambling house was also on the verge of collapse, as if it could collapse at any moment. I didn't find that kid surnamed Luo. What happened? Dongfang Shua. That kid broke the rules of the House of Bai. No matter what, he has to die. As long as you tell me where he is, I won't make things difficult for you. Bai Shan frowned and said, Dongfang Shua was still unusually arrogant. I, Dongfang Shua, will never betray my friends. Bai Shan's eyes turned cold. Okay, then I have no choice. I have to give an answer to my family and also to the 13 sects of Wushan City. You are making things difficult for me, so I can only bring you to the House of Bai. At that time, the elders will make a decision. He was just following orders. Bai Shan brought Dongfang Shua and the other two out of the gambling house. Coincidentally, they met Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong, who had just come out of Wushan. Bai Shan's face twisted and darkened. Although he was in Wushan City, he was very clear about what had happened in Lingyun City. Ouyang Yi brought back news that Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong had died tragically in Wushan mountain range. For this reason, the house of Bai hung a white cloth. However, the two of them were still alive and standing in front of him. Bai Shan was puzzled. Little Ling, Bai Xiong, you guys. Bai Lingling saw Bai Shan and her heavy heart relaxed. She immediately ran forward and said, Uncle Bai Shan, you came at the right time. Give me a group of people. I want to go to Wushan mountain range to save people. Immediately, Bai Lingling took out the mysterious Yin crystal and handed it to Bai Shan. Help me bring this back to save my father. Tell him that I will be back soon. Bai Shan was her father's confidant and most trusted brother. She naturally wouldn't suspect anything. Chapter 973. When Bai Shan looked at the mysterious Yin crystal in his hand, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He immediately said, You two teams, one team will follow Little Ling and Bai Xiong into Wu Mountain to save people. The rest of you stay here and wait for that kid to come back. Once he comes back, immediately take him down. Yes, sir. Bai Lingling did not think much of it. She immediately rushed into Wu Mountain with her men and the excavators. Looking at Bai Lingling's back, Bai Shan frowned and said, Wouldn't it be better to die outside? Why did you come back? Sigh, he sighed, looked at the mysterious Yin crystal in his hand, and smiled coldly. Immediately, he jumped on his horse and immediately rushed to Lingyun City. Luo Tian. He rushed all the way out of Wu Mountain without resting for a second. When Hulk returned to his true form, he washed the mud off his face and changed into a clean set of clothes. He became a handsome man again. He galloped all the way, attracting the attention of many young people. Walking out of Wu Mountain, walking on the main road, Luo Tian's heart tightened when he saw Wu Mountain City. Please don't let anything happen. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way. The House of Bai is working. Everyone get out of the way. There were many pedestrians on the road. The dozen or so disciples of the Bai family, who were dressed in uniform, were extremely arrogant and domineering. They didn't put anyone in their eyes at all. The passers-by were even more so. If they didn't give way to them, they would be beaten up ruthlessly. Bai Lingling was anxious to save people. Although she was very unhappy with their actions, she did not care so much. She just wanted to save Luo Tian as soon as possible. If she was late, it would be too late. Just right. Both of them were in the crowd. In addition, Luo Tian had turned into a handsome man. They did not recognize him at all. Seeing them rushing up, Luo Tian didn't want to cause more trouble. He just wanted to enter the city. He immediately stood by the roadside and looked to the other side. He didn't notice Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong in the crowd. He didn't expect that the two of them would really bring people into the mountain to save him. The two of them missed each other just like that. Marshall Mountain City. The gambling house was attacked. The 12 sects all stood at the side and watched. Wang Huan giggled. Looking at the gambling house that was on the verge of collapse, a delighted smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect Dongfang Shua to be so weak. In the territory of the House of Bai, So what if it's the Dongfang family? In the end, the house of Bai took care of him. In the words of Elder Bai Shan, I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The leaders of the other 11 families all laughed out loud. In my opinion, Dongfang Shua is asking for trouble. Is it worth it for a Luo Tian? Who knows where that brat is hiding? For a brat who thinks he has some potential, he threw away the face of the Dongfang family. I say, this Dongfang Shua really has a pig's brain. Ha ha ha, that's right. For a brat with a broken dantian, he really has a pig's brain. Dongfang Shua has been captured. Do you all think that the gambling house, brothers? It's a waste not to take it. Elite brothers of the house of Bai, the gambling house is the richest place in Marshall Mountain City. You all split the profits and will drink some soup. What do you all think? The gambling house is about to collapse. If you don't take it, the things inside will be buried in the ruins. Isn't that a waste of resources? That's right. This time, the gambling house was the biggest winner. Moreover, the gambling house had always been collecting precious spiritual herbs and treasures. In Marshall Mountain City, the gambling house was a mysterious place. Now that there was a chance, everyone revealed their greed. Not only the leaders of the 12 families, but even the elite disciples of the house of Bai were the same. Suddenly, the elite disciples of the house of Bai looked at each other. After confirming that Dongfang Shua was abandoned by the Dongfang family, no one would care about his life or death. Then what were they waiting for? They all rushed into the gambling house like a swarm of bees. The 12 leaders opened their eyes and immediately rushed in. Wang Huanchong was at the front, his face beaming. Ha ha ha. Wei Kunlun, Wei Kunlun, we really have to thank you. If it wasn't for your death, how could we snatch the things in the gambling house? Ha ha. Grade 2 spiritual herb, this is mine. There's a grade 4 spiritual herb here, this is mine. Money, 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 ha ha. I'm rich, I'm really rich this time. They were like a group of bandits. Rushing into the gambling house like the Japanese in the movies. Strong light, smashing, destroying everything. They took what they could and smashed what they couldn't. A good gambling house was cleaned out in less than 15 minutes. Luckily, some of the precious things were in Dongfang Shua's spatial ring. Otherwise, the loss would be too great. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect the gambling house to have so many good things. Today was really great. These were all brought by that brat Luo Tian. In the end, I still have to thank him, haha. I don't know which dog hole that brat is hiding in. He won't dare to come back in this lifetime. No matter how capable he is, he can't be a match for the Silver House of Bai. Otherwise, why would he run? Assassin Bai Xian destroyed the Tianyu sect. He should have this awareness. If he dares to appear in Wushan City, I'll be the first to not let him go. Wang Huan held a bunch of valuable things in his hands. His expression was abnormally angry. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, he would probably be the overlord of Wushan City. Spirit Congregating Sect would definitely be the strongest sect. Killing Wu Feng made him very angry. The death of a medium talent disciple was a huge blow to the Spirit Congregating Sect. That wasn't all. Even the Spirit Congregating Sect's elder, Wang Li, died. His vitality was damaged by the Spirit Congregating Sect. Wang Huan hated Luo Tian to the core. Ha ha ha, Brother Wang Huan, you didn't let him go. We have to thank him. Otherwise, if your Spirit Congregating Sect had another disciple from the House of Bai, our sect would have a hard time. Ha ha ha. That's right. It's good that Wu Feng died. Don't always think about becoming the overlord of Wushan City. Look at our balanced power now, isn't it good? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Many sect leaders laughed happily. Wu Feng's death and Luo Tian's appearance were very beneficial to them. Listening to this, Wang Huan became more and more angry, his eyes spewing out intense hatred. Luo Tian, you better never appear. As long as you dare to appear, I will definitely make you regret being born into this world. Before he could finish his words, Luo Tian stood in front of him. Looking at the ruins of the gambling house, his anger soared. Each and every one of you, die here for me. The second chapter has been delivered, and there's another chapter today. Thank you, follow your heart, for the large wave of rewards. Thank you, brother, for your support. Chapter 974. All of you have to die. Anger rushed to Luo Tian's head. At that moment, he did not care about anything. He only had one thing in his mind, which was to kill all of them. The gambling house was destroyed like that. Dongfang Shuo, Uncle Yao Hai? They must have... Luo Tian raised his head and roared, his eyes bloodshot. He was filled with hatred. Ever since he came to the ancient continent, he had been ridiculed and looked down upon. It was Yao Hai and Dongfang Shuo who had helped him. But, for him, the killing intent in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness burst forth without restraint. His body ignited with thick flames of anger. Wang Huan was stunned. The leaders of the other 11 sects were also stunned. You're back. You actually came back. Ignorant thing, you actually dare to come back? Ha ha ha. Sect leader Wang, your wish is about to come true. We will just watch from the side. This will definitely be a good show, ha ha ha. All of a sudden, the sect leaders immediately came back to their senses. They carried all sorts of expensive items and stood to the side like they were afraid that they would be destroyed. Wang Huan was startled and scolded. You dog, you finally appeared. You made me look for you so bitterly. It's good that you appeared. Since you appeared, then go and die. Trash that climbed up from such a lowly place. Before the word trash could come out of his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. Where is he? Luo Tian's figure had already disappeared from his field of vision. His heart tightened. Wang Huan clenched his fists and hollered, I want to see what tricks you can play. Pum! Suddenly, Luo Tian instantly landed in front of Wang Huan. He was less than half a meter away. Barbaric charge! His body directly pressed forward. Pang, 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 pang! He directly knocked Wang Huan back. He did not fall or fly away. Instead, he retreated 5 meters away. At that moment, he could not do anything. What cultivation technique is that? I have never seen it before. This kid is really evil. Everyone was discussing. Wang Huan, on the other hand, was infuriated as he threw out a punch. Get down on the ground, you bastard. Luo Tian didn't dodge. Instead, he met Wang Huan's punch head-on. Fist against fist, strength against strength. He didn't dodge at all. The 2 fists collided. Kiki! Kacha! All the bones in Wang Huan's arm were shattered. Wang Huan held in pain. His complexion suddenly turned pale. He looked at Luo Tian in shock and said, your cultivation, your sister. Didn't you want to beat me down? Didn't you want me to regret being born into this world? Luo Tian closed in step by step. His eyes were unusually fierce as he stared at Wang Huan and said fiercely, You want to kill me? You're not F*** qualified. Boom! His fists turned into palms. He slapped Wang Huan in the face. Pa! The sound of a loud slap was heard. Wang Huan didn't fall down due to the excessive force. Instead, he spun 540 degrees on the spot. His cheeks were red and swollen, and the handprint of 5 fingers was clearly visible. He no longer had the arrogant expression from before. Instead, it was replaced by fear. Wang Huan's back was facing Luo Tian. Luo Tian leaned forward and grabbed Wang Huan's neck with one hand. Then he pressed down with both hands. His body sank and the veins on his arms bulged. His strength was unusually fierce. Die. No. Luo Tian, Grandpa Luo, Ancestor Luo, I beg you, don't kill me, don't. Wang Huan was so scared that he wet his pants. He let out a scream. His head was no longer on his body. It was directly broken by Luo Tian. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Luo Tian's body was splashed with blood. His expression looked even more ferocious, like a demon crawling out of hell. His eyes flashed as he stared at the 11 sect leaders who were still in shock. He said in a deep voice, "Who else wants to kill me? Who else?" Ferocious, incomparably ferocious. Luo Tian directly killed Wang Huan. Wang Huan's cultivation was considered high among them, but in front of Luo Tian he wasn't even worth a fart. His cultivation, just what kind of terrifying level had his cultivation reached? In just a short period of 10 days, his cultivation had already exceeded their imagination. His realm was even higher than theirs. How was this possible? In less than 2 months, how could a good-for-nothing kid with last-grade talent be so heaven-defying? They were dumbfounded. They shook their heads and said, No, I didn't. Luo Tian, we have always admired you and are very grateful to you. We really didn't want to do anything to you. It's all because of that old bastard Wang Huan. He was the one who wanted to deal with you. We didn't even think about it. Yes. I have long disliked that old bastard Wang Huan. He thought that the spirit conglomerate sect was great. In fact, he was just a dog of the House of Bai. This time, he sent a disciple to the House of Bai to inform them. Otherwise, the House of Bai wouldn't have rushed over so quickly. Those people were trembling in fear. In their eyes, Luo Tian was the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper who wanted their lives. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. He said coldly, "Where are Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai? Where did they go?" One of the sect leaders immediately said they were captured by Bai Shan and brought to Lingyun City. He said that he wanted to give an explanation to the House of Bai. Suddenly, a few elite disciples of the House of Bai walked out of the gambling house. They had excited smiles on their faces and carried big bags of good stuff. It was also at this moment the eyes of the 11th sect leaders lit up. One of them sneered and shouted, "Luo Tian, let's see where you can run to today. You bastard! Everyone has the right to kill you. Luo Tian, it's all because of you that Wushan City became like this. Today, I want to see what kind of ability you have. Even if I have to risk my life, I will get rid of you for Wushan City and the House of Bai." For a moment, they all became fierce. The reason was simple. The disciples of the House of Bai all stood behind Luo Tian. They were all elites of the House of Bai. They were very strong. With them here, why would they need to be afraid of Luo Tian? Even if he was strong, could he be stronger than Dongfang Shua, who was in the condensed essence realm? Dongfang Shua was captured by the House of Bai. A mere Luo Tian was nothing. They all wanted to show off in front of the House of Bai. Luo Tian's lips curled up. He looked at them and laughed coldly. "You don't know what's good for you." After knowing that Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai didn't die, Luo Tian was relieved. However, they made a good gambling house become like this. He must avenge Dongfang Shua. Today, I will start a massacre. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. After finishing tomorrow's matters, there will be 5 chapters in a row, starting from the day after tomorrow. Brothers, a new week has begun. Old Neo begs for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please help Old Neo reach a higher level. Chapter 975. Luo Tian wasn't a homicidal maniac. Even if he could gain experience by killing people, he would still kill, selectively. Those who deserve to die must die. Luo Tian didn't want to do anything to the leaders of the 11 sects if they gave in and begged for mercy. But now he really wanted to kill them. When the disciples of the House of Bai appeared, they also exposed their ugly faces. Since they were so shameless, then what was the point of living in this world? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian suddenly moved. He didn't kill the 11 leaders. Instead, he landed in front of the disciples of the House of Bai and said coldly, "Are you the ones who turned the gambling house into this?" The disciples of the House of Bai were stunned. They looked at Luo Tian, who was in front of them. They looked at each other and sneered disdainfully. "You're Luo Tian? I didn't expect our luck to be so good. Elder Bai just left, and you arrived. Is this a chance given to me by the heavens? Ha ha ha! Kid, there's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell, but you create it. Poochie! Before he could finish speaking, Luo Tian moved again and punched the head of the person who just spoke. Head explosion. Instant kill. Blood spurted out. The eyes of the disciples of the house of Bai sank, and they were shocked. They reacted in an instant and immediately retreated to one side. One of them shouted angrily, "Kid, how dare you sneak attack the people of the house of Bai? You're dead today." Luo Tian's expression was very ferocious. He raised his eyes slightly and asked again without waiting for him to finish, "I'll ask you one more time. Are you the ones who turned the gambling house into this? So what if we are? You dog, Poochie!" Bang! A head exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere, and brain matter sprayed all over the ground. Another elite disciple of the house of Bai had his head exploded and was instantly killed. That's right. Then I didn't kill the wrong person. Luo Tian's cold voice rang out again. He did not look at the disciples of the house of Bai. Instead, he looked at the 11 leaders of Wushan City and laughed coldly. So what if you are disciples of the house of Bai? If he dares to mess with me, Luo Tian, I'll CK him over even if he's the king of heaven. Are you afraid now? It was a smile as cold as the Grim Reaper's. At this moment, the 11 sect leaders swallowed their saliva heavily. Their faces turned pale and fear rose in their hearts. At this moment, they finally realized that they had provoked a demon that they should not have provoked. Scared? Humph, Luo Tian, why don't you take a look at your situation today? Do you think you can survive today? If you offend the house of Bai, you won't be able to live even if you have 100 lives. We are affiliated with the house of Bai. If you dare to touch us, you will end up like the gambling house. Suddenly, rumble! The 3-story gambling house could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed with a loud crash. It became a pile of rubble. Dust flew everywhere. The sound of the collapse resounded throughout Wushan City. The surrounding area was also filled with passers-by. Seeing the most luxurious building in Wushan City, the only building that symbolized the Dongfang family, collapse, their hearts were filled with an indescribable feeling. Some felt that it was a pity, some laughed, and some even laughed at Luo Tian for overestimating himself. Angry, really angry. The gambling house was Dongfang Shua's foundation. It symbolized that Dongfang Shua was still a member of the Dongfang family. But if the gambling house collapsed, Dongfang Shua would never be able to return to the Dongfang family. Luo Tian knew what the gambling house meant to Dongfang Shua. All these years, he had always wanted to use the gambling house to earn money and use it as a springboard to re-enter the Dongfang family. But now he had nothing. Ah! Luo Tian raised his head and roared. His hair fell down and moved without wind. He looked like a madman. Die, die, die. All of you must die. In a flash, Luo Tian rushed out like lightning. He grabbed the throat of an elite disciple of the house of Bai and said coldly, "You can touch me, but you can't touch my Luo Tian's friends." Kacha! His neck was crushed. Kill this madman. Attack together. If we don't kill him today, how can we return to the house of Bai? The house of Bai has lost all its face. At that moment, the remaining elite disciples of the house of Bai put down their valuables and immediately entered battle mode. He had killed 3 house of Bai disciples in a row and had committed a serious crime. If they couldn't take him down, the house of Bai's prestige in Wushan City would be greatly reduced. They definitely couldn't let Luo Tian live. Kill. The disciples of the house of Bai were all in the 4 divisions realm. Every one of them had experienced hundreds of battles and were extremely talented martial artists. If they attacked at the same time, even a prime condensation realm expert would find it difficult to resist. Luo Tian saw them rushing towards him and smiled coldly. He didn't dodge or retreat and directly faced them head-on. House of Bai, right? I want to see what you're capable of. Brutal charge. Bang. He directly knocked a disciple of the House of Bai back and then punched him in the chest. Mountain River Fist. Boom, boom. That person's chest exploded and his abdomen was directly blasted open. His internal organs spilled all over the ground. His face was pale and he looked down at his abdomen. He opened his mouth and wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, the system notification sounded. Ding! Evil points +1, bang bang. When Luo Tian killed a disciple of the House of Bai, his back was also attacked twice. However, he completely ignored it and directly moved his hand. Wolf King Claw. Swish, swish, he grabbed a disciple. The cooldown time of the Mountain River Fist was explained. Mountain River Fist. Bang, bang, his chest sunk down. It was another instant kill. Come on. Come on. F***CK me again. At this moment, Luo Tian was like an angry lion, completely ignoring the attacks of these people. He wanted to kill all these people who dared to touch him. House of Bai? So what if they were a silver family? They couldn't touch Luo Tian's people. He didn't care about the strength of the other party or what level they were at. If they provoked him, he wouldn't let them. If they provoked him, he would kill all their ancestors. Bang! Bang! Divine Fire! Boom! Mountain River Fist. Crazy! They were completely crazy. Once Luo Tian got close to them, they would definitely not be able to escape. 2 punches would send them to the afterlife. The number of disciples of the House of Bai was decreasing. The wounds on Luo Tian's body were increasing. After all, they were the elites of the House of Bai. However, Luo Tian had no intention of stopping. If he said that he would kill them all, he would definitely kill them all. No one would be able to escape. Lunatic. He's a complete lunatic. There were corpses and blood everywhere in front of the ruins of the gambling house. The people on the street were speechless. They were completely shocked by Luo Tian. It was too terrifying. Chapter 976. They were panicking. They were scared. The disciples of the House of Bai were trembling in fear. They never dreamed that Luo Tian would fight in such a way. He fought without any regard for his life. Once he caught them, he would beat them to death. He would not let go until they were dead. This guy was too terrifying. Most of them had ascended to the ancient world from low-level dimensions. They were all super powerhouses from low-level dimensions. Every one of them had gone through countless battles and encountered all kinds of dangerous situations. But they had never met a lunatic like Luo Tian who did not care for his life. Don't kill me. I don't want to fight anymore. Don't kill me. I'm not a disciple of the House of Bai. I'll leave the House of Bai immediately. Lunatic, lunatic. You're a lunatic. The scattered disciples of the House of Bai were all terrified. No one could fight at all. As for Luo Tian, he had a grim smile on his face. Do you think you can stop fighting just because you say so? I've said it before. All of you have to die. Don't even think about leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian glanced at the trembling 11th sect leader and smiled. Don't worry. After I kill them, it'll be your turn. Don't even think about running. Plop. The sect leader of the 4 Seas sect was so scared that he knelt on the ground. His body was trembling nonstop. He covered his heart with one hand and pointed at Luo Tian with the other. His lips were pale, and he wanted to say something while trembling. But he did not say anything. He fell head first, and his body went limp. He was dead. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Luo Tian was stunned. He sneered and said, "Oh, you were scared to death. Consider yourself lucky. Otherwise, your death would be 100 times worse than this. You want to leave?" He moved his feet. He rushed out and grabbed the collar of a disciple of the House of Bai. He pulled him back and said fiercely, "You want to leave? Lie down." The moment he fell to the ground, Luo Tian punched him. That person's head was directly blown apart. at the moment of his death. That person looked into the distance as if he had seen hope. Brat, your death date is not far away. Get out of my way. Get out of the way. All of you get out of the way. Who the F***CK dares to block my path again? I'll kill him. Before the person appeared, an arrogant voice could be heard. Furthermore, a House of By flag was waving in the wind. Another group of House of By disciples appeared. There were still a few disciples of the House of By left at the side of the gambling house. It was as if they had seen a life-saving straw. They quickly ran up, and each of them laughed excitedly. Eldest senior brother, come quickly. Come and save us. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, your time of death has come. No matter how strong you are, how long can you last? I'll exhaust you to death, ha ha ha. The crowd dispersed. An elite team of 16 disciples of the House of By walked out. Among them were 2 people whose heads were covered by black cloth. One of them was a woman. Luo Tian recognized them at a glance. They were Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling. He thought to himself, didn't they go to call for help? Aren't they inner disciples of the House of Bai? They should be of high status. How did they get caught by the disciples of the House of Bai? No. The House of Bai is having a coup d'etat. It was obvious. All of this was arranged by Bai Shan. Before they entered Wushan City, they took action in a place where there was no one around. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong did not expect things to turn out this way. They were instantly restrained and beaten up. If not for Bai Lingling's status, her body would have been suddenly. Luo Tian thought of this. If that was the case, Dongfang Shu'a and Yao Hai, who were caught in Lingyun City, would be in even more danger. Senior, it's him. It's him. He's Luo Tian. He's the one that Elder Bai Shan wants to catch. One of the disciples hurriedly ran over. The leader was a martial artist called Bai Ying. He was the senior of these people. His cultivation was also the strongest. He was at level 9 of the 4 divisions. Bai Ying's expression changed. He slapped him and said fiercely, "Trash, you can't even deal with one person with so many people. What's the use of the House of By raising you for all these years?" Humph. Bai Ying was dressed in a white robe. As he slapped him, he saw Luo Tian stand up from a disciple of the House of Bai. He looked around and his eyes turned cold. He sneered, "You've killed so many of my House of Bai disciples. Even if the Heavenly King comes today, you won't be able to escape death." Luo Tian stepped on the head of the House of Bai disciple. He sneered and said, "Even if the Heavenly King comes, I'll still destroy your House of Bai." Suddenly, Bai Lingling suddenly said, "Savage, is that you?" Bai Xiong also said, "Master, save me." As expected, it was the 2 of them. They had not seen Luo Tian's real face, but they recognized Luo Tian's voice. "Master? Him." "Ha ha ha. Bai Xiong. Oh, Bai Xiong, I was wondering why you were so bad. It turns out that you had such a master. A level 7 4 quadrants can actually be the master of a level 8 4 quadrants. I've finally seen it today. Bai Xiong, you're really a stupid pig. **T went into your brain. Ha ha ha." Bai Ying laughed. "I didn't know that you could be so stupid when I was in Lingyun City. I've really opened my eyes today. You've really embarrassed the House of Bai. Fortunately, you're going to die in a few days. Otherwise, I don't know how many times you'll embarrass the House of Bai. Bai Ying, how dare you? Let's see if you dare to touch me when we return to Lingyun City." Bai Lingling refused to give up. She still couldn't believe that Bai Shan had betrayed them. He was her father's most loyal subordinate. How could he betray them? Bai Ying laughed and said, "Lingyun City? Ha ha ha. Bai Lingling, Lingyun City is no longer the Lingyun City of the past. Do you think you're still a rich young lady? Do you think you still have the power that you used to have? Stop dreaming. Also, I forgot to tell you your father." Bai Lingling panicked and immediately asked, "What happened to my father?" Bai Ying said, "Your father has been locked up in the Dark Wind Cave. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid he's already dead. You, father. Ah, Bai Lingling struggled frantically. However, she was bound by a special rope. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Bai Ying laughed coldly and said, Bai Lingling, you should stop worrying. Behave yourself. Return to Lingyun City and marry into the Ouyang family peacefully. This way, the house of Bai and the Ouyang family will be able to dominate Lingyun City. Ha ha ha, the house of Bai's coup. His position was unstable. He needed allies. The Ouyang family was the best choice. Bai Lingling was the best gift. She was the most beautiful woman in Lingyun City. Ouyang, you would definitely make his father agree. This way, the two families would be connected by marriage and their power would be stabilized. Bai Lingling's heart sank. Her body trembled. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Savage, I beg you, save me. Unknowingly, he had already read 1,000 chapters. Thank you, brothers, for your company. Old Neo bowed and thanked them. Chapter 977. It was heart-wrenching. It made one's heart ache. Under the black cloth, Bai Lingling's eyes were blurred from crying. Tears dripped down. She couldn't find any other way. There was nothing she could do. The only thing she could think of was Luo Tian. Even though this man seemed to love talents, he had actually saved her several times. A man who was like a savage. She couldn't explain why in her heart, as if she was in the ancient cave. Luo Tian was her backbone. It was her saving grace. Therefore, she cried out for help loudly. Haha, my dear sister, aren't you very smart? Why did you become stupid today? Asking for help from a trash of the 4 symbols stage 7? Are you sure he's my match? Bai Ying sneered in disdain. He did not put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. No matter how powerful the 4 symbol stage 7 was, they would not be his match. In his opinion, dealing with Luo Tian was even easier than crushing an ant. Bai Xiong laughed coldly. Bai Ying, just wait for your death. Master, kill him. Bai Ying's face darkened. Extremely unhappy, he stared at Luo Tian and shouted, Bai Jian, kill him! Yes, sir. A man walked out from Bai Ying's side. His cultivation was at the 4 symbols stage 8. He took a step forward. Bai Jian was like a sword, emitting a ferocious sword intent. He looked at Luo Tian in disdain and said, Brat, it is your honor to die at my hands. When you see the king of hell in the underworld, don't forget to tell him that I, Bai Jian, killed you. Wait. Bai Ying laughed and said, Take off their hoods and let them see how this brat died in front of them. I like to see despair the most, ha ha ha, as he spoke. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong's hoods were taken off. The strong light was so dazzling that Bai Lingling could not open her eyes for a moment. Bai Xiong laughed loudly and said, I knew my master would be very handsome. Ha ha ha. How can my master not be handsome? Bai Lingling looked at a handsome man covered in blood not far away. A strange feeling rose in her heart. Is he that savage? Luo Tian also looked at them. Bai Xiong's face was badly bruised, and one of his eyes was red and swollen. Bai Lingling wasn't any better. However, the 2 lines of tears on her cheeks made him angry. Looking at her tears, Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists and said softly, Don't be afraid. I won't let anyone hurt you again. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jian sneered disdainfully and said, You dog, you talk too much. In an instant, Bai Jian attacked with his sword. Swish, swish, swish. The shadow of the sword blurred, and in a short second he consecutively stabbed out more than 10 times. Each sword was exceptionally sharp, sealing Luo Tian's entire body. Bai Ying smiled happily and said, Good sword technique. The execution of this Mirage Rain Sword technique is not bad. Coupled with the suppression of a 4 symbols Tier 8 cultivation, you will be able to insta-kill him. Sister Lingling, is he your life-saving straw? Ha ha ha, he's just a joke. Bai Lingling's eyes darkened. She was not confident in her heart. After all, it was Luo Tian. His illusory rain sword technique was extremely exquisite, and even some of the elders of the House of Bai were inferior to him. Furthermore, his cultivation of the four-symbol stage 8 was higher than Luo Tian's. Under the two types of suppression, Luo Tian had no chance at all. However, Bai Xiong, who was at the side, said confidently, "Bai Ying, just you wait, my master will let you know what fighting skills are, what combos are." He completely trusted Luo Tian. In Bai Xiong's world, there was no one more powerful than Luo Tian. Bai Ying sneered in disdain and shouted, "Bai Jian, kill him in an instant." Is there even a need to say that? He will die. Bai Jian said proudly. The tip of his sword moved, releasing a series of buzzing sounds, and directly pierced towards the center of Luo Tian's brows. Luo Tian moved his feet. Divine fire! With a push of his right palm, a flame shot out. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The divine fire hit Bai Jian's body, but it did not cause an instant kill, but Bai Jian's illusory rain sword technique was interrupted. Luo Tian was already used to it if it did not trigger an instant kill. He was already prepared for this. He leaned his body and suddenly rushed forward, moving his right shoulder. Bam! It collided with Bai Jian's chest. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian's fists, which had been ready for a long time, suddenly rushed forward. Bang, bang. 1, 2, 3, Bai Xiong counted. The two punches forced Bai Jian to retreat a few steps. Wolf King Claw. His hands turned into claws, grabbing Bai Jian's arm and pulling him back. Mountain River Fist. Two punches were thrown out again. Bang, bang. The sixth combo, haha. Bai Ying, open your dog eyes wide. Can you see clearly? Bai Xiong roared out excitedly just when he thought it was over. Luo Tian rushed forward again. Without waiting for Bai Jian to react, he directly shouted, "Brutal charge!" His body pushed forward. He directly knocked Bai Jian back continuously. At this moment, the cooldown of the level 3 Mountain River Fist was completed and Luo Tian once again punched out with both fists. Bang, bang. 7th, 8th, 9th move. Ha ha ha. Who can do a 9-move combo? Bai Xiong was about to go crazy. In the ancient cave, Luo Tian's most combo was only 7 moves. He did not expect him to hold back and directly used 9 moves. Too fierce. His eyes were filled with admiration. Bai Jian was stunned by these 9 moves. He was directly knocked down by Luo Tian. His eyes were wide open. Bai Ying was the same. Everyone around was the same. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. They were incomparably shocked. There was such a combo. Was this a fighting master? No. A fighting master would not be able to do this with these simple techniques, right? Luo Tian completely ignored the shocked expressions of these people. The moment Bai Jian fell to the ground, he rushed forward and directly sat on his body. He went all out. Illusion rain sword technique, right? I'll let you experience the rainstorm fist technique. You want the King of Hell to remember your name, right? Then go to hell for me. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch was more ruthless than the last. Each punch was more powerful than the last. He specifically aimed at Bai Jian's face. Bai Ying roared, "Brat, you dare!" Luo Tian did not care about him at all. Those who deserved to die must be killed. Want his life? Want him and the King of Hell to kill him? His old flame was about to explode. Even if the King of Heaven came, he would not let go. Do you think I dare? Bang, bang, die for me. Bang. After killing Bai Jian with 1 punch, Luo Tian raised his eyes and locked onto Bai Ying. He suddenly roared out, "Who else?" Dead. For Symbol's 8 steps was killed by Luo Tian, just like that. No one would have thought. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Was this guy still human? Bai Ying was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Die, die, I want you to die." After chasing for half a month, we destroyed the chrysanthemum in front. But today he was destroyed by him. Old Bull's chrysanthemum hurt so much, so uncomfortable. Brothers, can this be tolerated? Is there still law? Old Bull begs all the brothers, I beg all the brothers, to rise up for Old Bull and destroy him. There will be at least 5 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 978. 9 consecutive strikes, killing by Jian, shocking the entire audience. Bai Ying was furious. He stared at Luo Tian, his eyes flashing with a cold killing intent. You are indeed not bad to be able to kill by Jian. I have indeed underestimated your strength and cultivation, but in my eyes, you are still a cripple. Luo Tian's eyes moved as he looked at Bai Ying. Without waiting for him to finish, he said, Don't talk nonsense. You, and the disciples of the house of Bai behind you, as well as the leaders of the 11 sects in Marshall Mountain City, I will wipe them all out today. Let everyone know that if they provoke me, Luo Tian, the only outcome is death. Also let the ancient world know that I, Luo Tian, have arrived. Originally, he just wanted to keep a low profile, work hard to level up, find the antidote to the soul poison as soon as possible. However, things kept happening one after another. People who provoked him also came one after another. Since that was the case, then he would kill them all. The muscles at the corner of Bai Ying's eyes fiercely twitched. Anger and killing intent rolled in his chest as he shouted in a deep voice, Bai Lang, you too go! Yes, sir. Watch carefully. Junior brother Bai Jian must have been careless just now. We are not him. We will definitely not let this brat live for more than 3 moves. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people jumped out. Like agile monkeys, the 2 of them held long rods in their hands as they continuously somersaulted in the air. In an instant, they landed on Luo Tian's left and right sides. With a disdainful sneer, they said, Killing the brothers of the house of Bai, you must die today. Bai Lingling frowned and said, Be careful. The 2 of them are brothers and can communicate with each other. Their cultivations are both at the peak of the 4 symbols' 8th stage. You must be careful. Humph. Pa, you talk too much. Bai Ying's face was fierce as he directly slapped Bai Lingling's red and swollen cheek. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and the palm print on her face was clearly visible. Bai Lingling was tied up and could not move at all. This slap caused her body to sink, and she almost fell to the ground. Luo Tian glared at Bai Ying and said, You will die. You will die miserably, very miserably, I promise. Bai Ying laughed loudly and said, You like her? Looking at Luo Tian's angry eyes, he said, I guessed right. You must like her. Otherwise, why would you be angry? I can see from your eyes that you care about her very much. Ha ha ha. Who wouldn't like the #1 beauty in Lingyun City? If I wasn't related to her by blood, I wouldn't be able to help but like her. What a beautiful little beauty. Getting her on my bed would definitely take my life. Ha ha ha. Bai Ying laughed loudly. Luo Tian's eyes became even colder. Suddenly, Bai Yi retracted his expression and revealed a furious look. Then he slapped him again. Pa. Uft. This slap was imbued with the power of primordial qi. It directly slapped Bai Lingling to the ground, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ying, I'll fight it out with you. Bai Xiong was extremely furious. He broke free from the disciples of the house of Bai on both sides and directly slammed his head into Bai Ying like an angry bear. Humph. Trash, like you dares to be arrogant in front of me? Bai Ying lifted his foot slightly and looked at Bai Xiong, who was charging forward. Bang! It directly slapped the back of Bai Xiong's head. It instantly slammed him to the ground. With the difference in cultivation and strength, Bai Xiong had no way of resisting in front of him. Bai Xiong struggled on the ground a few times. He wanted to stand up, but he was stepped on by Luo Tian again. He glanced at Bai Xiong and then spat a mouthful of phlegm on Bai Xiong's body. He laughed and said, Does it feel good? It feels so good to slap a woman. Ha ha ha. Are you unhappy? I'm very happy. Ha ha ha. The #1 beauty in Lingyun City, the daughter of the house of Bai. So what if she's a asterisk, 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 asterisk? She's still under my feet. Ha ha ha. Bai Ying laughed arrogantly and was unusually excited. The disciples of the house of Bai behind him also laughed loudly. Anger, extreme anger. The anger in Luo Tian's heart had already erupted from the top of his head. Looking at Bai Lingling and Bai Xion's miserable state on the ground, he was furious. You like her, so I have to hit her. You can only watch foolishly, but you can't save her. What do you think? Does it feel good? Looking at your angry and desperate eyes, I feel so good. Ha ha ha. Bai Ying laughed again. Looking at Luo Tian's angry eyes that were about to spit fire, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. I like to see your eyes like that. Suddenly, Luo Tian's body moved slightly, and with a cold smile he said, You like to feel good, right? All right, I'll let you feel good enough today. In that instant, Luo Tian flipped his right hand and suddenly sank. His brows were tightly knitted, and his essence was instantly sucked out of 10,000 points. He roared, Summon divine beast, fire Kirin, come out! Roar! The air suddenly trembled. Space seemed to be torn apart. A black vortex appeared. A flame rushed out from the vortex. In a short second, the flame changed and directly turned into a scarlet-red beast with a dense and incomparably hot flame aura. Its 2 antennae and scarlet scales were especially dazzling under the scorching sun. Its face was ferocious. His 2 eyes were filled with incomparable ferocity. Fire Kirin, the real Fire Kirin. It was exceptionally mighty, domineering, and carried the aura of a divine beast that could not be defied. It was formed in an instant. Standing beside Luo Tian, it was like an obedient big dog. However, compared to the Fire Kirin, Luo Tian seemed much smaller. This guy was more than 2 meters tall, and it was only a first-rank divine beast. If it was a second or third-rank divine beast, it would become even more powerful. Oh my God, what is this? Berserk beast? How could he summon a berserk beast? The aura on its body is too strong, so powerful. This is Luo Tian's trump card? I didn't expect this brat, who ascended from the Tianxin continent, to have such a powerful cultivation technique. It's really too scary. It can't be a cultivation technique from a lower plane. No matter how strong a cultivation technique from a lower plane is, it would be suppressed by the space laws of the ancient continent. It's impossible for it to be so powerful. There's only one possibility. He actually cultivated a cultivation technique from the ancient continent. Impossible. You can't find a single 9th-rank cultivation technique in the entire Marshall Mountain City. How did he get it? The surroundings were in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Fire Kirin beside Luo Tian. They were extremely shocked. Bai Ying and the disciples of the house of Bai behind him had a drastic change in expression. They were shocked by the ferocious aura of the Fire Kirin. Their hearts were dead silent. Fear filled their hearts. Luo Tian sneered at Bai Ying and said, You like to feel good, right? I'll let you feel good enough today. The first chapter was delivered. Chapter 979. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian did not give Bai Ying a chance to speak. With a thought, he looked at the 2 brothers, Bai Hai and Bai Lang, on both sides and said, Kill the 2 of them for me. The moment the order was given, the Fire Kirin suddenly stood up. It revealed its battle form. His body grew to a height of 5 meters, like a small mountain. Run! Bai Hai shouted, then turned around and ran. The Fire Kirin's eyes darkened and its throat rolled. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of scarlet white flames. Roar! Roar! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Flames rushed out. Bai Hai had just taken a step forward when his body froze in place. When the flames landed on his body, he didn't even have the chance to scream before he was burned to ashes. Wisps of ashes fell down, turning into a pile of black dust. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing by high for obtaining 1800 experience for 100 essence. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian, sin value +1. Instant kill. A single flame was an instant kill. This was a true instant kill. Luo Tian was about to go crazy when he saw this. A warrior at the peak of the 8th step of the 4 symbols was spat to death with a single flame. This was much stronger than the divine beasts in the hot-blooded legend. There was no comparison at all. Fierce. 2F** King Fierce. How could a divine level cultivation technique not be fierce? Luo Tian was also mentally prepared, but he did not expect the fire Kirin's damage to be so high. This made him excited. He was excited. Bai Ying was afraid. Bai Lingling was also excited. Bai Xiong laughed maniacally and said, Bai Ying, your death is here, ha ha ha. To fight with my master. Even if you have 100 lives, you will still die here, ha ha ha. Luo Tian took a step forward, looked at the terrified Bai Ying and imitated his tone from before. Is it good? You. Bai Ying's gaze darkened as he said in a deep voice, Luo Tian, you'd better be smart. This is the house of Bai's territory. The house of Bai is not someone you can afford to offend. Boom, boom! The fire Kirin spat out another mouthful of flames. Bai Lang, who was trembling at the side, was instantly killed. Ding! Seeing Bai Lang get killed in an instant, Bai Ying became even more afraid. His body couldn't help but tremble as he looked at the incomparably ferocious Fire Qilin. He had never seen such a ferocious beast in his life, and he didn't know how Luo Tian had brought it out. Fear, incomparable fear. Luo Tian slowly walked forward and said with a smile, Are you very unhappy? No. I can see the fear in your eyes. Are you afraid? Yo! Even the eldest senior brother of the house of Bai knows how to be afraid? Isn't the house of Bai a very powerful silver organization? Why are you afraid? Ha ha ha, I'm so happy right now. Looking at your scared face, I'm so happy right now. Luo Tian said with every step he took, approaching step by step. Bai Ying retreated step by step. The sect leaders of the 11 sects not far behind Luo Tian immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Grandpa Luo Tian, please spare our lives. We were wrong. We have nothing to do with the house of Bai. We are innocent. Hearing these words, Luo Tian sneered coldly. With a thought he said, Kill all 11 of them for me. Roar, roar. When the fire Kirin received the order to kill, it turned around and ran out. Those sect leaders who were once high and mighty, those sect leaders who mocked Luo Tian and mocked Luo Tian for being trash, were scared out of their wits. Some peed their pants and some trembled, seeing the incomparably huge fire Kirin walk in front of them. Some of them fainted from fright. Luo Tian despised these fence-sitters. Back then, they had mocked him in every possible way. It was fine if he endured it, but today, everything they did had touched Luo Tian's bottom line. Therefore, they must die. Boom! 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 It spat out 11 flames in a row. Every one of them was an instant kill. Even if they resisted, the fire Kirin was too fierce. Is there anyone else from the 13 sects of the Martial Mountain City who is not convinced? Who else is not happy? You can stand up now. I'll let him have his fill today. Luo Tian shouted in a deep voice and swept his gaze across the audience. The thousands of people around him, many of whom were disciples of the 13 sects, were all silent. Go out? That would be courting death. From this moment on, Martial Mountain City was completely destroyed by Luo Tian. Now Luo Tian turned his gaze to Bai Ying and said with a smile, Now it's your turn. I can't help but want to ask you one more thing. I killed the sect leaders of the 13 sects of the Martial Mountain City, a subsidiary force of your Bai family. Are you happy? Bai Ying gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Luo Tian, don't go too far. Yo, so I'm going too far now? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Isn't the house of Bai a silver organization? Isn't it the overlord of this area? How is it that I'm going too far? Luo Tian's smile disappeared in an instant. His eyes became extremely cold, and he said eerily, "I'm going too far today. What are you going to do about it? You destroyed the gambling house. You deserve to die. You stole something from the gambling house. You deserve to die. You kidnapped my friend. You deserve to die even more. And you hit my disciple in front of me. Don't you think you deserve to die?" Before Bai Ying could say anything, Bai Xiong grinned and said, "You deserve to die." He was excited. Bai Xiong was even more excited than Luo Tian. He looked at the fire Kirin as if it was a beast that he had summoned himself. Seeing the fear in Bai Ying's eyes, he was very excited. On the other hand, Bai Lingling was calmer. However, in Bai Lingling's heart, she loved Luo Tian to death. She dreamed that one day a hero would appear. This was her dream of being a hero. Looking at Luo Tian, her heart was intoxicated. Bai Ying's face darkened. He wanted to kick Bai Xiong fiercely, but in the end he held back and said coldly, "What you said was not done by me. Luo Tian, you'd better be sensible. Otherwise, at this time, you're still asking me to be sensible." Luo Tian laughed. "You'd better be sensible. Otherwise, not to mention you. Even if it's your 18 generations of ancestors, I'll still beat him up." Bai Xiong said naively, "Master, can you be merciful? I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about his 18 generations of ancestors, which is also my 18 generations of ancestors. Just beat his father up. His father is not a good person either. I'm afraid all of this is his father's conspiracy." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The crowd on the street was amused by Bai Xiong. Bai Ying's face was pale. He glanced coldly. "Who dares to laugh at me?" As soon as his voice fell, the surroundings instantly quieted down. The house of Bai's influence in Wushan City was extremely strong. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Luo Tian suddenly laughed out loud and said, "You laughed. Are you unhappy?" Luo Tian made Bai Ying almost go berserk. He grabbed Bai Lingling's long hair and pulled her up, saying fiercely, "Luo Tian, do you want her to die?" The second chapter has been delivered. Today, I stayed in the hospital all day. My wife suddenly had acute gastroenteritis and is now hospitalized. After updating these 2 chapters, Old Cow will immediately go to the hospital. Tonight, I will try my best to write 3 chapters in the hospital. Today, I promised everyone 5 chapters. I will definitely do my best to complete them. Old Cow is really working hard. I also hope that brothers can help me and vote for Old Cow. Old Cow is really grateful. Chapter 980. Do you want to see him die? All of a sudden, Bai Ying grabbed Bai Lingling and placed her in front of him. He looked at Luo Tian playfully and said, "You like her, right? Since you care so much about her, you must like her. I'm the easiest person to talk to. If you let me go, I'll let her go. What do you think?" With Bai Lingling in his hands, suddenly Bai Ying wasn't so afraid anymore. Looking at the fire Kirin, he was scared to death. This fierce beast that he had never heard of before was simply too savage. Even the cultivation of the 4 symbol stage 8 was instantly killed. He was only at the 4 symbol stage 9, so he had no idea if he could withstand it. Many of the disciples of the house of Bai also retreated quickly, hiding behind Bai Ying. She is the biological daughter of the patriarch Bai Qi. Lingyun City's #1 beauty, Luo Tian, you must like her. Now that she is in my hands, as long as you let me go, I will definitely not touch a single hair on her. I, Bai Ying, will do what I say. Bai Ying slowly retreated. Do what you say. Luo Tian suddenly laughed and said, "Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Why am I still alive and well? Didn't you tell Bai Jian to kill me? Didn't you tell Bai Hai and Bai Lang to kill me? Why didn't you do it? How many words did you say? What did you do? If you say you can do it, I think it's bullshit." While they were talking, Luo Tian pressed forward step by step, and the fire Kirin beside him also followed suit. It was still in its battle form, and its body erupted with the might of a ferocious divine beast, crushing Bai Ying to the point that he could not withstand it, and his transformation became extremely berserk. All of a sudden, Bai Ying was annoyed and said fiercely, "Don't King talk nonsense with me. I'll ask you one thing. Do you want to see her die?" He looked as if he was certain that he would defeat Luo Tian. With Bai Lingling in his hands, he wasn't afraid. Bai Lingling shook her head at Luo Tian. "Don't worry about me. Don't let him go." Bai Xiong said, "Bai Ying, you are a beast. She is also your sister. Both of you have the blood of the House of Bai. How dare you?" "Get lost, you son of a bitch. It's not up to you to criticize the House of Bai. Who do you think you are? You're just a dog, picked up by the House of Bai. It's just that the person who picked you up is that old man Bai Qi. Otherwise, how could a piece of trash like you enter the House of Bai?" Bai Ying said disdainfully. He had never looked down on Bai Xiong, let alone put him in his eyes. In his eyes, Bai Xiong was just a lucky dog. White Bear stood up and looked at Bai Ying calmly. "Bai Ying, why don't you kidnap me instead of her? I'm my master's disciple, and he will definitely save me. My sister has nothing to do with my master, and he will never save her. She has no value in your hands. I'll trade with her and be your hostage." "Ha ha," Bai Ying sneered and said again, "Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Master and disciple? Who would take a piece of trash like you as their disciple? Do you think you have any value? I think your value is less than a pile of sh*t. At least no one would step on sh*t. But didn't I step on you until you couldn't get up?" Disdain. Mockery. His words were filled with endless disdain. Even so, Bai Xiong still tolerated it. He always remembered what his father said to him. The people of the House of Bai had to be united against outsiders. They could not kill each other. In the House of Bai, even if he was bullied, he would not take revenge. He would also not say a word to his father. Many times, even though he could win, he would pretend to lose. This was because he believed that modesty would bring harmony between brothers. But he did not know that the more he acted this way, the more people looked down on him. Luo Tian looked at Bai Xiong and was secretly angry. "Blockhead." Immediately, Luo Tian smiled and said, "My disciple is right. I have nothing to do with her. Whether she dies or not has nothing to do with me. If you want to kill her, then kill her quickly. Isn't she just a little prettier? So what? Do you think I will let you go for her? Stop dreaming. Whether she dies or not, you will die today. And those House of Bai disciples behind you will also die." Bai Ying was stunned. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong were also stunned in an instant. The three of them had the same expression. They looked at Luo Tian in shock. Luo Tian was naturally a good actor. He pretended to smile coldly and did not care at all. He looked coldly at Bai Lingling and said with a smile, "Being pretty is an advantage, but not every man will go through fire and water for you. This kind of man is definitely a fool. You are pretty, and I did have some thoughts about you, but it is not enough to make me give up on killing him. It doesn't matter to me whether you die or not, but I can promise you one thing. If he kills you, I will avenge you. Ha ha ha, those who provoke me must die." His acting skills were good. No one could see any flaws in his acting. It was perfect. Bai Lingling was on the verge of tears. Her heart dropped to the ground and shattered. Her dream of being a hero was completely shattered at this moment. She laughed bitterly and said, "Come on, then, let's kill him." Her heart was dead. It hurt. Although she was held hostage by Luo Tian, deep in her heart, she still hoped that Luo Tian would save her. But now she had given up. He is right. Whether I die or not has nothing to do with him. Bai Ying, you have always been very smart, but this time you are too stupid. If I were Bai Xiong, perhaps he would save you on account of our relationship as master and disciple. But now, haha, don't think that he will let you go. If I die, you will die too, ha ha ha. Bai Ying was dumbfounded. He did not believe Luo Tian's words. But now that he heard Bai Lingling's words, he believed it. Bastard. I always thought that I was ruthless. But compared to you, I am far inferior. No matter how ruthless I I will not be as ruthless as you. Bai Ying threw caution to the wind. At this time there was no other choice. He said in a low voice, "Disciples of the House of Bai, listen up." They had heard the words very clearly. Since they were going to die, why not resist? Perhaps there was a chance of survival. Yes, eldest senior brother, give the order. I don't believe that he can deal with all of us alone. That's right. Why should we be afraid of him? In the face of death, all of them were raring to go. Bai Ying narrowed his eyes and stared at Luo Tian, then looked at the fire Kirin beside him. He sneered and said, "I have a way to deal with him. You guys think of a way to trap that beast. When I kill him, my beast will naturally disappear. Summoning during teleportation. I know a little about it too." Luo Tian smiled slightly. At this time, he also untied Bai Xiong and smiled. "Oh, you have become smarter?" Bai Xiong said in a low voice. "Master, leave Bai Ying to me." Chapter 3. Chapter 981. Luo Tian nodded and said, "It's time to show your ability." Everyone had a fire. Bai Xiong was also human. He also had a fire, but he held back, not because he was afraid of anything, but because he was thinking about the House of Bai and his father's words. But now, he was going to explode. The House of Bai was no longer the House of Bai of the past. His father had been arrested and his sister had been beaten. If he, as an older brother, continued to hold back, would he still be human? As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ying grabbed Bai Lingling's hair with one hand and suddenly said, "Kill him!" More than a dozen House of Bai elites rushed forward. Bai Ying's eyes darkened and locked onto Luo Tian. He kicked Bai Lingling and said fiercely, "I'll deal with you later." After that, he had already rushed out. At this moment, Bai Xiong directly stood in front of Luo Tian and faced Bai Ying, saying, "I'll let you step on me 10,000 times. Today, I'll step on you once, because I'm going to step on you to death." Luo Tian stood in place and did not move. He did not move. The fire Kirin beside him did not move either. They did not move. The House of Bai disciples did not dare to move because the fire Kirin was too much of a threat to them. Luo Tian looked at Bai Xiong. The House of Bai disciples looked at Bai Ying. The muscles in Bai Ying's eyes twitched a few times. He sneered disdainfully and said, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The long sword danced. A long diamond sword moved and stabbed directly between Bai Xiong's eyebrows. Diamond sword dance, one strike. The aura on the sword became stronger. It was as if diamond had descended. Bai Xiong felt his entire body being enveloped by a powerful force, making it difficult for him to move. This was the power of the Vajra sword technique. Before the sword moved, the power had already come out, directly trapping the target and then slashing down. Bai Xiong did not move. His eyes were locked as he stared at the long sword in Bai Ying's hand. "Brother!" "Danger! Hide!" Bai Lingling, who was on the ground, suddenly cried out in alarm. Luo Tian's heart also tightened. The system had already locked onto Bai Xiong. Bai Xiong was a big guy. Luo Tian often thought of Fatty Lei when he looked at him. He would not let Bai Xiong die so easily. If necessary, he would definitely take action. "Humph, I'm too scared to move." Trash is trash. Calling you a dog of the House of Bai is already giving you face. You can't even be considered a dog. The corner of Bai Ying's mouth curled up, and he sneered disdainfully. The strength of the long sword in his hand increased by another notch. He wanted to pierce through Bai Xiong's head with one strike. Swish, swish, a piercing sound could be heard. The Vajra sword directly pierced down. Bear King's power! Roar! Mountain lean! Open! Suddenly, at the critical moment, when the long sword was only a few centimeters away from his eyebrows, Bai Xiong suddenly exerted his strength. A power like that of a giant bear erupted from his body. The power carried the aura of a bear king roaring in the forest. Once the bear showed its might, even the tiger would be afraid. The power exploded. His body gently leaned to the side. The binding power of the Vajra sword technique was completely broken by him in an instant. Without any help, he dodged the attack. His right hand suddenly leaned forward and directly hit Bai Ying's left chest. Bam! Explosive fist. Bang bang. After 2 punches, Bai Ying's body caved in. The clothes on his back were directly torn apart by the force of the impact from his chest. Bear King's Claw. Swish, swish. It was shockingly similar to Luo Tian's Wolf King's Claw. He suddenly pulled Bai Ying back, and Bai Xiong suddenly shouted, "Explosive fist!" Bang bang. The power was like a cannon. Uft, uft. Bai Ying immediately spat out 2 drops of thick black blood. His face instantly turned incomparably pale, and his body continuously retreated. He staggered a few steps and his chest cracked. He could no longer stand and directly fell to the ground. It was also at this time a black shadow stood in front of him. It just happened to cover the sun in the sky. Looking at this tall and sturdy black shadow, Bai Ying felt that it was very unfamiliar. Was this still the Bai Xiong that could be bullied by a 10-year-old child in the house of Bai? Was this still the Bai Xiong that was stepped on by me like a dead dog every time I competed? Why? Why? Bai Ying could not understand. His cultivation was stronger than Bai Xiong's, but he was lying on the ground, unable to move at all. He could not withstand Bai Xiong's power at all. Bai Xiong's gaze was very calm, and he said, "Step on me 10,000 times, I will F***CK you over once." Bai Ying, in the past I gave in to you because your father is my father's younger brother, and you can be considered my cousin. I respected you, but when you treated my respect as a coward, a piece of trash, I still endured it. Everything was for the sake of the house of Bai. But what you have done today has seriously violated the house of Bai. While they were talking, Bai Xiong raised his right fist. Wait! Suddenly, Luo Tian suddenly roared, "Bai Xiong, stop!" For Symbol's Stage 9, at the very least, it was a few thousand experience points. At this time, Luo Tian really needed experience points, and he would not let go of even a little bit of experience points. Furthermore, Bai Ying was an elite monster, and Luo Tian was very interested in the Vajra sword technique that he cultivated. How could he let him die under Bai Xiong's fist? Luo Tian could have followed him immediately. However, the power that Bai Xiong had erupted with shocked him. His power was not something that an ordinary 4 symbols realm could erupt with. In that instant, it was as if he had changed into a different person, turning into a real Bear King. That was why he was able to defeat Bai Ying in that instant. Bai Lingling, who was lying on the ground, laughed, then started to cry. "Father really didn't lie to me. Big brother really is the child of the Bear King." Bai Xiong's fist stopped in midair. He stood up, looked at Luo Tian in confusion, and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" He didn't understand. Luo Tian quickly ran over and said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to do what I said. I just said that I would kill him, so I will definitely kill him. You don't mind, right?" Bai Xiong really wanted to kill Bai Ying with his own hands, but after hearing Luo Tian's words, he scratched his head and laughed foolishly, saying, "Since he has to die anyway, I don't mind. You are my master, so I don't mind." "Good disciple," Luo Tian praised, and directly walked in front of Bai Ying, looking down at him condescendingly, and said, "As a person, you have to be like me. Do what you say. You can't kill me. I am from the house of Bai. My father is the patriarch of the house of Bai. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will all die a horrible death." Bai Ying shouted crazily. He was afraid, extremely afraid, because of Luo Tian, because he was a lunatic. Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Don't worry, I am a person who will finish what I started. I will definitely send your father down to hell so you can die in peace." A punch came down. The system's notification sounded ding. Chapter 4. This chapter has been updated. There is another chapter for today. Writing in the hospital, it is really tiring. I only wrote 2 chapters in 4 hours. From time to time, a nurse would stand behind me and watch me. I am such a serious old Nyo, but I don't even look at them. I just secretly leave the Invincible QQ group. Everything I did was for the sake of my brothers. Don't you guys want to give Old Cow a monthly vote? Chapter 982. Ding! A pleasant sound rang out. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Baing for obtaining 3,900 experience points and 600 primordial energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining primordial energy pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Vajra sword technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Item: primordial energy pill grade. Third grade instantly increased by 1,000 primordial energy points. Luo Tian glanced at the primordial energy pill stats and thought to himself, this pill is pretty good. Although it only increases 1,000 primordial energy points, it's very fast. It doesn't need time at all. Just consume it and it will increase. If I have the chance, I have to get more. Primordial energy. It was very important to any warrior. It was also very important to Luo Tian, who had the system. Once there are no monsters or people to kill, Luo Tian's primordial energy would be depleted and dried up. When that happened, he could only rely on pills to maintain it. Item: Vajra sword technique grade, 8th grade description. Before the sword moves, the strength moves first. The strength of the Vajra, the sword dances in the sky. All right. Cultivate. Luo Tian's mind sank. Although this set of sword skills was only at the 8th grade, it was very good. This set of sword skills had the ability to conceal himself. It was very practical. He directly practiced it, and a new skill appeared in his skill bar. Dead. Eldest senior brother is dead. Did he really kill him? Bai Xiong, Bai Lingling, prepare to die. Patriarch Bai Yuan will not let you off. Just wait for your deaths. The disciples of the house of Bai were in a daze. It was as if they could not believe it. Looking at Bai Xiong's motionless body, they were very afraid. They were not afraid of Luo Tian, nor were they afraid of Bai Xiong. Instead, they were afraid of Bai Yuan, the new head of the house of Bai. His only son had died. How angry would he be? Luo Tian turned around to look at the disciples of the house of Bai and said, whether we die or not is not something for you to worry about. But there is one thing that I can confirm. You are all going to die soon. Fire Kirin. Burn them to death. Don't let any of them escape. Roar! Upon receiving the command, the Fire Kirin let out a ferocious roar. Then, it continuously spewed flames from its mouth. Wherever the flames reached, they would instantly kill, instantly kill, instantly kill. It was simply incomparably powerful. Just thinking about the god fire, Luo Tian's heart was about to break. Sigh, god fire, oh god fire. If you could be like the Fire Kirin and instantly kill with every move, then our days in the ancient world would have been too comfortable. What a pity, what a pity. Sigh. Luo Tian sighed repeatedly in his heart. However, he also understood that the reason why the Fire Kirin was able to instantly kill them was because these disciples of the house of Bai were not of high levels. If they had encountered a warrior of a higher level, it would have been impossible to instantly kill them. Furthermore, if they had attacked the Fire Kirin together, the Fire Kirin would not have been able to hold on for long. Its HP was very low, and it could not withstand a single attack from a strong warrior. This was its weakest point, but it was still all right. It did not reveal the Fire Kirin's HP bar. Of course, no one knew the Fire Kirin's HP bar because only Luo Tian had the system. Only he could see the Fire Kirin's HP bar. Ding, ding, ding. The system rang out. His EXP bar was increasing bit by bit. Luo Tian coldly watched as they turned into ashes one by one. He said calmly, "If I say I want you to die, then you must die here." This sentence was not said to the disciples of the house of Bai. It was said to everyone in Wushan City. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of the house of Bai were all dead. Luo Tian's gaze swept across the street. He looked at the people on both sides of the street and said calmly, "You won't tell anyone about the deaths of the disciples of the House of Bai, right? I love to do what I say. If anyone dares to leak information to the House of Bai, and I find out, then they will be burned to ashes like these disciples of the House of Bai." "We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare." Everyone shook their heads. Who would dare? Luo Tian was a complete madman. In their eyes, he was a homicidal maniac who did not care about the consequences. He did not even care about the House of Bai. How could they, as mere martial artists, dare to leak information to the House of Bai? Did they still want their lives? Luo Tian only wanted to buy some time for himself to get to Lingyun City. He did not expect this to be kept a secret for half a month. This was what he did not expect. No one in Wushan City dared to leak information to the House of Bai. The House of Bai did not know either. Bai Yuan did not know either. He thought that his son had followed Bai Lingling into the mountains and would soon bring Bai Lingling back. When that time came, it would be time for him to marry into the Ouyang family. He would have a foothold in the House of Bai. The House of Bai would also have a foothold in Lingyun City. The crowd dispersed. Luo Tian packed up all the things that the leaders of the 12 sects and the disciples of the House of Bai had snatched from the gambling den. He placed them in the courtyard behind the gambling den. Just as he walked out of the room, Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling stood at the door and waited for him. Luo Tian said, "Something happened at the House of Bai. Why aren't you going back?" Bai Lingling did not want to beat around the bush. She looked at Luo Tian and said directly, "I need your help." Her heart still hurt when Luo Tian said those words to Bai Ying. However, now was not the time to care about these things. The House of Bai was in chaos. She had to save her father in Dark Wind Cave. However, the two of them could not do it. She needed help. She needed Luo Tian's help. Luo Tian did not want to get involved in this mess. The fate of the House of Bai had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to save his father and then leave. It was that simple. Just as he was about to refuse. Ding! The system beeped. Mission: help Bai Lingling and save the House of Bai. Level B reward: 18,000 experience points, 1,000 elemental energy points, 1 elemental energy pill. He actually triggered a mission. This was the first time Luo Tian had triggered a mission since he entered the ancient continent. I can't let go of any experience points. Damn. Since I'm going to the House of Bai anyway, I'll get involved in this mess. Luo Tian made up his mind. He looked at Bai Lingling and said, "You need my help? The House of Bai is a silver organization. How can a warrior of the 4 symbols realm like me help you?" Bai Lingling bit her lips and said, 100,000 cultivation coins. Luo Tian's eyes flashed. He thought to himself, 100,000 cultivation coins can help me unlock another cultivation technique seal? On the surface, he pretended to be indifferent. Bai Lingling said again, 15 cultivation coins. Are you going to help me or not? Luo Tian looked at her. From her eyes, he could see that she was angry at him. Wow, 150,000 is enough to unlock 2 cultivation technique seals. Bai Lingling said angrily, Luo Tian, I know that you also want to go to the House of Bai to save Dongfang Shuo and Yao Hai. Our goal is the same. Why don't you help me? Help? I didn't say I wouldn't help. Luo Tian laughed. He looked at Bai Lingling from head to toe, and then from head to toe, and said while beaming, other than the 150,000 cultivation coins, I have another condition. If you agree to it, I will immediately follow you to the Bai family. The 5th chapter has been delivered. I hope that my wife can recover tomorrow and don't make me write in the hospital again. Old Neo will continue to update the 5th chapter tomorrow. Brothers, please give me your monthly votes. It's the end of the month and everyone has monthly votes. Chapter 983. Luo Tian did not state the conditions. However, Bai Lingling directly agreed. No matter what the conditions and requests were, she would agree. Saving her father was more important. Everything else was not important to her. She had lost her mother and did not want to lose her father. Lingyun City, House of Bai. General Hall. Bai Yuan sat on the patriarch's seat, high-spirited and looking very good. Looking at Bai Shan, he said, "Good, very good, very good. I didn't expect that little girl, Bai Lingling, would really find the mysterious Yin crystal. This is also thanks to you stopping her. Otherwise, when Bai Qi recovers, it will be difficult to deal with." Bai Shan returned to the House of Bai, presenting the mysterious Yin crystal. Bai Yuan was naturally very happy. Although Bai Qi had been locked in the Dark Wind Cave, and 10 people who were locked in there died inside, Bai Qi could not come out alive and could not pose a threat to him. But Bai Shan's actions were enough to show his loyalty. A little more. Even if Bai Qi could come out of the Dark Wind Cave alive, it was useless. Without the mysterious Yin crystal, the poison in his body could not be cured. He was still a waste and could not pose a threat to him. Bai Shan slightly said, "Patriarch, what should we do with this mysterious Yin crystal?" Bai Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Just leave it to me." Bai Shan handed it over. The mysterious Yin crystal stone was a type of crystal stone that could absorb toxins from within the body. It was especially effective against poisons that were extremely strong in yang. Bai Qi's intense yang poison could only be neutralized by the mysterious Yin crystal stone. Bai Yuan grabbed the mysterious Yin crystal with one hand and moved his yuan qi. A flame appeared in his hand and wrapped around the crystal. His eyebrows sank. "Break for me!" Boom! The mysterious Yin crystal instantly exploded. It was directly destroyed. Bai Yuan suddenly withdrew his berserk aura. He sneered and said, "There are no more mysterious Yin crystals now. Bai Qi, even if you are still alive, you will never be able to rise again. You will always be under my feet." Ha ha ha! Congratulations, Patriarch! Congratulations, Patriarch! Patriarch is mighty! In the general hall, the elders of the House of Bai stood up and bowed, respectfully. If Bai Yuan were to destroy the mysterious Yin crystal, these elders would have to rely on themselves instead of having any illusions about Bai Qi. Once the mysterious Yin crystal was destroyed, the poison in Bai Qi's body would never be cured. Even if he were to escape from the Dark Wind Cave, it would be useless. Bai Yuan stood up and said with a smile, "Under my leadership, the House of Bai will dominate Lingyun City. When that time comes, all of you will be heroes of the House of Bai. You will all receive twice the amount of cultivation resources. I, Bai Yuan, am a man of my word." "Good. We will support Patriarch Bai Yuan to our deaths." "We will definitely support you. Patriarch is too generous." "Double the amount of cultivation resources." This was a huge temptation. To them, cultivation resources were everything. Bai Yuan's two-pronged move completely destroyed the hopes of the House of Bai's higher-ups. They would definitely support him. This way, his position as Patriarch would be secured. Bai Yuan laughed in his heart. "Ha ha ha! Big brother Bai Qi, when you became the Patriarch, I swore to myself that this position would be mine. You are not suitable for the position of Patriarch at all. Now, I have finally gotten my wish." Ha ha ha! He was exceptionally proud. Immediately, Bai Yuan's expression changed. He asked, "Bai Shan, when will Bai Ying and the rest return? The marriage with the Ouyang family cannot be delayed any longer." The House of Bai had stabilized. Now, it was time to stabilize the families in Lingyun City. With the House of Bai in turmoil, the major forces in Lingyun City were secretly observing them. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. During this period, the House of Bai had to find a backer if they wanted to survive this period, or an alliance. The Ouyang family had already extended an olive branch. As long as they married the Ouyang family, the House of Bai would be able to survive this dangerous period in Lingyun City. Bai Shan immediately said, "It shouldn't take long." Bai Ying and Bai Lingling entered Wushan mountain range together. I think Bai Ying will make his move after entering Wushan mountain range. He will be back in a day at the latest. Yes, we must capture Bai Lingling. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the Ouyang family. Bai Yuan said, "This little girl is pretty and useful. Last time, Ouyang Yi said that she died in the ancient cave. I was happy. Fortunately, she didn't die. Otherwise, I really don't know who to marry to the Ouyang family." He secretly rejoiced in his heart. When the news that Bai Lingling was still alive spread to Lingyun City, Ouyang Yi immediately reacted. He had to get Bai Lingling. His little bird was still hurting. During this period, his little bird had been hanging down, and he couldn't lift it at all. All of this was because of Luo Tian and also because of Bai Lingling. If Bai Lingling hadn't asked Luo Tian to join them, none of this would have happened. He hated it. Therefore, he wanted to torture Bai Lingling. He wanted to ravage Bai Lingling. The first step, he wanted to get Bai Lingling into the Ouyang family. Then, he could do whatever he wanted with her. Ouyang Long was very angry that his son couldn't have sex. When his son asked for it, he agreed without hesitation. Moreover, he was also mobilizing the elites of the Ouyang family to secretly plan. "Let's go to the house of Bai. You're going to save my father?" Bai Lingling stared at Luo Tian and said, "Do you know how dangerous the Dark Wind Cave is? Even if your cultivation is high and your combat skills are superb, you can't save my father with your current realm. Let's do it my way. We'll go to Lingyun City together and ask Uncle Li for help. When I left Lingyun City, my father told me that if anything happens to the House of Bai, I can go to the Li family. He will help us." The Li family, one of the 5 major families in Lingyun City. Their power was not weaker than the House of Bai and the Ouyang family. Luo Tian didn't know much about the power structure in Lingyun City, but he knew one thing. It was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Even if they helped, they wouldn't do anything to help. Before helping Bai Lingling, the Li family would definitely consider whether she had the potential to help. Moreover, who would bet their own family's fate to help another family? This was impossible. Luo Tian knew very well that even if the Li family and Bai Qi had a very close relationship, they couldn't help at this time. He said, "Do you want to save your father? If you do, you have to listen to me. Go back to the House of Bai and pretend that nothing happened. Just say that you got separated in the Wu mountain range. Bai Xiong, you're not going to the Li family to ask for help. You're going to negotiate with them. You have to make it clear that your father is still alive and his cultivation has fully recovered. With this as the basis, the negotiations will be much easier." Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian and said, "My father is poisoned. Without the mysterious Yin crystals, he can't be saved. Even if he is saved, he won't be able to recover his strength." Luo Tian smiled mysteriously and said, "You don't have to worry about that. I will cure your father. After I succeed, remember to pay 150,000 cultivation coins and any one of my requests. You don't have to worry about anything else." Chapter 1. Chapter 984. After discussing it, the 3 of them rushed towards Lingyun City. Among them, after Luo Tian's simple disguise, Bai Xiong was no longer recognized as Bai Xiong. Bai Lingling did not change anything. She walked towards the main gate of Lingyun City and directly entered. Luo Tian, on the other hand, secretly snuck in. Lingyun City was very big. It was several times larger than the profound sky continent's heavenly sword city, with a population of 60 million. Moreover, the rivers in the city and the steep mountains were all in it. The Dark Wind Cave was located at the Black Wind Cliff. It was a bottomless black hole, and cold winds that were as cold as sharp blades constantly emerged from the cave, cutting people's faces like knives. The most frightening thing was that there was a very powerful force in the cave that could slowly absorb the elemental energy in one's body. This was the truly terrifying part of it. No one who had been locked in the Dark Wind Cave had ever come out alive. Even a ghost wouldn't be able to stand it after staying for a day, let alone a living person. Night fell. The surroundings were pitch black, and one couldn't even see their fingers. Luo Tian quietly arrived at the Black Wind Cliff. Hoo. The sound of the wind was like the roar of a tiger, constantly roaring in all directions, causing one's heart to tremble. This damned place really wants one's life. I don't even know why we have to guard this place. Who would come to such a damned place? It's so good to be in the city. There aren't even any ghosts here, and it's so cold. Stop complaining. Don't forget that the patriarch— No, it should be Bai Chi who is still locked inside. We can't let him escape, or else we won't be able to keep our lives. Escape? What nonsense are you talking about? Have you ever seen anyone come out of this dark wind cave alive? I think that old fellow Bai Chi is already dead. His corpse is probably already stinking. Stop talking, it's so creepy. Drink, let's drink. Luo Tian was behind a large rock not far away from them. After waiting for half a quarter of an hour, after confirming that there was no one around, his body turned illusory as he silently landed behind the two of them. The corner of his mouth curled up. Looking at the house of Bai logo on their chests, he smiled and said, "Sorry, but the two of you are going to die." His fists moved. Pung pung. Without waiting for them to react, they were directly killed. Ding. Ding. 2 notifications rang out, and he gained a few hundred experience points. Luo Tian looked at the dark wind cave. The chill that continuously surged up was bone-chilling. His entire body was covered in goosebumps. Luo Tian found the mechanism and opened the cave door. He clenched his teeth and thought, "For the mission, for 15 cultivation coins." He rushed in. Ding. Primordial energy 1, primordial energy 1, primordial energy 1. The system kept beeping. Luo Tian was annoyed by the notification. 1 point of spirit energy per second. Damn, I thought that only those with Dantian would lose their essence energy. I didn't expect that I would lose it too. Luo Tian felt a burst of pain in his heart. Essence energy was his blue medicine. Losing it for no reason really made his heart ache. Fortunately, Luo Tian's essence energy had already reached over 30,000 points, so he could save a lot of time. Walala! Walala! The wind in the cave was even louder. Blowing on Luo Tian's face was like a knife. There were already traces of blood on his face. It was too uncomfortable. Bai Chi, if you're still alive, then shout for me. Don't waste my cultivation technique, this damn place. Luo Tian shouted. He really didn't want to stay in this damn place any longer. If his essence energy was depleted, then what was he going to do? The echoes were intertwined, constantly spreading outwards. When the wind blew, it spread outwards. For a moment, before his voice could go far, it turned into the sound of the wind. F***CK. This place can't even transmit sound. Luo Tian frowned. He could only brace himself and continue searching. There were piles of bones everywhere on the road. There were some strange places on these bones. There were bite marks on the bones, which should have been caused after death. So suddenly, a ghost shadow soared from not far away. There can't really be ghosts in this world, right? Luo Tian frowned. The sound just now made his heart sink. At this time, squeak, 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 squeak. An incomparably huge rat suddenly pounced forward. The rat was half the size of a person. Luo Tian's eyes darkened and saw a blood groove on its head. It's not a ghost, then it's easy. Godfire. Boom. With a move of his palm, a flame shot out. 1 inch of bright red number floated out of the giant rat's head. Luo Tian was shocked. How thick is this damn defense? It didn't cause an instant kill, but only 1 point of damage. It was also at this moment that the giant rat's name appeared. Corpse-eating rat. There's so many bones here, so many people locked up here, and all of them were eaten by the corpse-eating rat? Luo Tian's heart sank, and he thought to himself, then is Bai Chi. If he's dead, wouldn't it be a waste of effort if I keep looking? Luo Tian did not chase after the corpse-eating rat. However, the corpse-eating rat was extremely angry after being hit by the godfire. After landing on the ground, it turned around and pounced forward again. Luo Tian was immediately enraged. You're still acting like you're innocent after taking advantage of me. I think you're really tired of living. The idea moved. The fire Kirin that was placed in a secret place followed Luo Tian's summon and instantly came to Luo Tian's side. It aimed at the corpse-eating rat and spat out a mouthful of thick flames. Boom! 309. Its defense is indeed frighteningly high. The fire Kirin can instantly kill a rank 8-4 symbols, but it can't instantly kill this rat. It looks like this fellow is indeed difficult to deal with, Luo Tian thought to himself. However, with the fire Kirin around, he was not too worried. Boom! Squeak, squeak! Boom! Squeak, squeak! Every time the corpse-eating rat wanted to attack Luo Tian, it was sent flying by the fire Kirin's flames. The rat's fur on its body was also burned away. After half a minute, it became a braised rat and died. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Corpse-Eating Rat, for obtaining 10,000 experience and 800 essence energy. Holy *T. This experience is shockingly high, isn't it? Luo Tian secretly clicked his tongue. 10,000 experience points could only be obtained by encountering a boss. He did not expect this rat's experience to be so high. It was too shocking. Suddenly, Luo Tian laughed. I can level up after killing 30 of them. Let's have a few more. He now needed 300,000 experience points to level up. The corpse-eating rat's experience points were too high. I need to level up quickly. When the time comes, I'll kill the House of Bai. According to the system settings, the current head of the House of Bai is definitely a boss. Moreover, it is very likely that he will be a boss that will trigger the system's reward. I need to level up properly and increase my strength. Otherwise, how am I going to kill him? Chapter 2, Delivery. Let's talk about something. Yesterday, my wife had injections in the hospital for the whole day and was even hospitalized. Her condition did not improve. Today, according to the ultrasound, I have a gallstone. Moreover, it is a filling type. I'm so irritated. I hope everyone takes good care of their bodies. Pay attention to your diet and work and rest routine. Chapter 985. Squeak, squeak! Another corpse-eating rat jumped out. This one was even more ferocious. It directly jumped to the top of the cave, scurrying back and forth, seizing the opportunity and instantly pouncing down. His target was still Luo Tian. Ha ha ha! Come on, all of you come! The more the better. Luo Tian laughed, extremely excited. He was not worried about how bad this dark wind cave was. He was only worried about one thing, which was that there were not enough corpse-eating rats. Walala, walala. Without waiting for the corpse-eating rat to land, the fire Kirin directly blocked in front of Luo Tian and spat out 2 flames. It directly burned all the fur on the corpse-eating rat. The corpse-eating rat screamed and hurriedly retreated, but it was unwilling to give up. Its Adam's apple was constantly swallowing saliva as it looked at Luo Tian. It wanted to eat Luo Tian and couldn't wait to swallow Luo Tian. Squeak, squeak! After letting out a series of cries, the corpse-eating rat moved again. This time it didn't move from the sky, nor did it move around randomly. Instead, it directly went underground. 2 incomparably sharp teeth were biting crazily, directly biting the mud and rocks into pieces. In half a second, it directly drilled into the ground. Holy *T. Burrowing technique! Luo Tian was stunned and became careful. Having lost its target, the fire Qilin's face was also filled with bewilderment, not knowing what to do. At the same time, Luo Tian also knew that the fire Kirin had another weakness. Once it lost its vision, the fire Kirin would be very blind. Without a target, it would be unable to attack. Galilu, Galilu. Deep underground, there was a rumbling sound and a slight tremor. Luo Tian could clearly feel the tremors coming from the ground beneath his feet. His heart sank, and he unleashed all of his cultivation of the 4 symbols Tier 7. With flames in one hand and frost in the other, he kept his distance from the wall. leaning his back against it as he waited quietly. "Don't lean against the wall." Suddenly, a low and deep voice rang out. Luo Tian was shocked. His face tightened slightly, and he reacted in an instant. His body leaned forward, and he suddenly rushed out. At this moment, walala! A large chunk of Luo Tian's clothes had been torn off, and there were 2 shallow teeth marks on his back which were bleeding. Fortunately, he had retreated quickly. Otherwise his back would have been torn off. He thought that the corpse rat would come out from the ground, but he didn't expect that it would come out from the wall. At the same time, he was secretly grateful to the voice in his heart. If not for the reminder, he would have been seriously injured this time. "Fire Kirin bite. Burn it." "Walala! Walala!" The fire Qilin continued to spit out flames. The moment the target appeared, the fire Qilin reacted. At the same time, it burned the corpse-eating rat to death. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Necrophagus Rat for obtaining 10,000 experience, 600 essence, chi points. Huff! Luo Tian's back was drenched in cold sweat as he exhaled a breath of cold air. "Senior Bai Chi, is that you?" In the darkness, a man in his 40s walked out. His face was covered in dirt, his hair was disheveled, and his face was extremely haggard. Even so, his body still exuded a terrifying killing intent, a dense killing intent. This kind of killing intent was like the killing intent cultivated by millions of corpses on the battlefield. It was extremely strong. Bai Chi, god of slaughter Bai Chi? Luo Tian could not help but think of a general called Bai Chi in his previous life. He was a homicidal maniac and was known as the god of slaughter. Being stared at by Bai Chi, Luo Tian could not help but become careful. Bai Chi stared at Luo Tian and said faintly, "Did Bai Yuan send you in to kill me?" "Humph. I've already been locked in the dark wind cave by him, but he still hasn't given up and wants to kill me. This brother of mine is a little too ruthless." The man was Bai Chi. He was hiding in the dark wind cave, and the reason why he was able to avoid the attacks of the corpse-eating rats was because of the scorching yang poison in his body. This poison could make the corpse-eating rats not dare to approach. However, even so, all the essence in his body had been sucked dry by the strange cold wind of the dark wind cave. There was no longer the slightest bit of elemental energy. However, in front of Luo Tian, he was still holding on, making it so that no one could see any flaws. Luo Tian was startled and said, "I was sent by your daughter to save you." Lingling. Bai Chi's eyes were filled with shock. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong were the only things he cared about. Hearing his daughter's name, his expression changed, and he suddenly said, "Don't use my daughter to lie to me. I'm very clear about how sinister your master is. The scorching yang poison in my body was given to me by him. I treated him well before, but who would have thought?" Luo Tian was a little impatient. He hated being misunderstood by others. He directly hollered, "Don't scare me here. If it weren't for Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong, I wouldn't bother to save you. I'm even being treated as Bai Yuan's dog. Let me ask you, do you want to go out? If I don't want to go out, I'll leave immediately." He really did not want to talk nonsense with him. He still needed to rush to save people. He also did not know how Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai were doing now. Bai Chi was a little surprised. He frowned and thought to himself, "This guy must be a disciple of the House of Bai, or else he wouldn't be able to cultivate the ice flame palm. But why haven't I seen him before? Could he be a new disciple? Even a new disciple would not be able to cultivate the ice flame palm. Could he really be Lingling's friend? He dares to come to Darkwind Cave with just a level 4 divine beast. Who doesn't know that 10 out of 10 people who enter Darkwind Cave die? Isn't he courting death?" It was not that Bai Chi did not trust Luo Tian. It was that he could not help but doubt him. In the past, it was because he trusted him too much that he was framed by Bai Yuan. Even his most loyal brother, Bai Shan, had betrayed him. Luo Tian saw that he was deep in thought and said, "I said, is your brain rusty? If I was one of Bai Yuan's people, why would I come in? Being locked in the dark wind cave, only death awaits you. Don't pretend in front of me. My spirit energy is being consumed bit by bit. You don't even have a bit of it in your body. You're still trying to be brave. Hurry up and come with me. Don't waste time. Little brother, I was being too suspicious. Bai Qi smiled and said in his heart, "Let's talk after we get out." Immediately, Luo Tian looked at the dark wind cave and felt that it was a pity. He thought to himself, if only I could kill a few more corpse-eating rats. I'm only a few tens of thousands of experience away from leveling up. He was a little reluctant, but in the end, Luo Tian still chose to leave. Bai Qi's body was poisoned and his Dantian's spirit energy had been completely consumed. Every second he stayed was another second of danger. Since the dark wind cave would not run, he would find a chance to come back. Luo Tian made a decision in his heart. Wait, I will definitely come back. When that time comes, I will definitely clean this place up. Let's go. Chapter 3.